hoping nothing exploded. Did anything explode?
Looks
I
good to me.
don't think so.
Can you, before I get excited, are we audible? I wish I knew these things.
Yeah, I can hear us.
Oh, yay!
The way
I can hear everyone when they speak.
The way we stay winning. Okay, the reason I asked that, we've had a really good streak now that I have my new computer, and then I immediately am ruining it by going to visit family, so I'm on my laptop. So,
How dare
I
you
know.
have a life?
Very disrespectful of me to go see my family, I know. I will work to be better. Thank you. Just keep holding me accountable, you know?
Yeah. We might, like, visually freeze a couple of times. But besties, we're not gonna worry about that. You're gonna listen to us. So
We just let our soothing voices fill your ears.
and
fact.
enjoy the awful faces I happen to be making every time I freeze. So
Okay, so we're back. We took an unintentional little mini hiatus there, but we are back. When last we met our crew of sexy swashbucklers, we had just completed the Towering Reef. It was a thing of the past. Tide acquired a shiny shield. Did I say squashbucklers? You know what? It's Halloween. We're gonna roll with it.
Stole.
Tide
Stole.
pulled a British museum and acquired a shield.
Not that.
And that was fun. That was from the personal collection of Umberlee, who had at the time been posing as an agent of fate. Wesley is alright. We confirm that Wesley is doing okay, and he has joined our little ragtag family. Tessa, although looking worse for wear, seems intent on still helping you look towards the future. But kind of everybody looked around at each other after the big fight with Umberlee, which you'll recall, she was defeated pretty, I don't want to say easily, but pretty hilariously. And in a sexy way. And looking at each other, it was pretty evident that everybody needs a break, emotionally and physically. Raven, you've had a lot on your plate and on your mind. Mephisto posed a ultimatum for you. If you wanted to A, keep using his power, and B, like, live, basically, you would have to turn
Raven's
over...
real fucked up, besties.
Yeah, just a
Can't
little
lie.
bit. Just a smidge, you know. But, like, in a sexy way, it's fine. In order to basically stay in his favor and keep your power as a warlock, you would have to hand over the stones that you've been collecting to him for his own personal use. And he was like, I'll throw in a throne. You can have a throne if you want one. And that's been kind of eating at Raven, this decision of what to do. We also, in Renori's corner, had some heavy character moments. Not only have you entered a bargain with Saloon, as you called it, you also had a pretty, I don't know, harrowing conversation with Casper. You asked him pretty straight up what he was, and the best answer he could give you was that he didn't really quite know, but as the conversation went on, you deduced, and he kind of told you that Casper is a reanimated corpse. That at some point he died, and he's been brought back to life, and his memory is spotty, to put it nicely. You kind of broke this to him in your trademark gentle, not gentle way, and he had a little bit of an episode, and we're probably going to pick up really quickly in a few moments after I finish here. He gave you like a kiss on the forehead and everything, just a very shaky hug, but he drifted away to the captain's quarters to take a moment to think. Tide, you are vibing, as always. I just feel like you've just been absolutely vibing like all this entire time.
I am
like
screaming.
everybody's just in deep emotional trauma, and you're just like life
Not
is like
the-
a hurricane here in Duckburg.
Oh gosh.
So yeah,
The dabbing like sucks the soul out of me a little bit every
He's
single
very much
time.
like big blue house, big comfy couch vibe right now.
yeah. Like
I
that's
mean,
what
there
you
is
deserve.
some Chad drama, but Tide's also kind of like, fuck
Yeah.
that.
In his tide way. It's more of a than a, but yes.
Okay, so we're gonna kind of raise the curtain on this a little bit later. So, you have set sail away from the reef at this point. I would say it's been about a day. So, like, a day has passed since you left. So you can all, if you haven't already from last time, like, you have taken a long rest. If you haven't marked that down already, just double check. But yes, time has passed. You are sailing on somewhat choppy waters. It's definitely not as smooth and comfortable as it's been in the past. There are some light clouds starting to gather in the sky. Right now, it's about late morning, like going in like 10:30, 11 a.m. sort of. And it's pleasantly warm out, even with looks like an impending storm. And you've all had some time to yourselves in your various areas, and I'm gonna let you tell me where you are and what you did for the day that just passed.
I think that Raven will kind of just be by herself. Um, like if there were like barrels or stacked crates on the deck of the ship that kind of like created a little like hidden area, she'd probably be sitting there like tucking herself away to like um kind of avoid people and avoid the decision that she has to make. Um because she's feeling like, I guess guilty is the best word, because she's not like, it's not that she's guilty because she's going to betray her friends. It's more guilty because she can't make a decision. And she feels like that's yeah,
That makes
that's her
sense. Yeah.
overall vibe right now.
Renori, where you at? And what you
Yeah.
doing?
So after Casper once again decides to leave after conflict, which is fine, the first thing that Renori is gonna do is go see Fishhook.
Okay.
So she gonna be making her way to go see Fishhook.
Okay.
The mic cuts out a little bit.
I know.
It's just so
So
much
because
joy.
I go so high pitched. I gotta bring it down.
Make him away.
Make him away.
I didn't know Dwayne the Rock Johnson enjoyed our party.
Oh,
my God.
not that.
But the visual image of it is pretty hilarious. Anywho, okay, so we'll catch up with you in a second. Tide, where you
Yep.
at? Where you at?
So Tide wants to spend the day with that just passed with Boomstick, specifically because he wants to see if there's a way that she can make another earpiece similar to the one she has that lets her hear different languages, that he could have in some way. It doesn't have to be an earpiece, but something that he can wear, because he's been spending a lot of time with, wow, I forget her name every time.
Brienne.
Brienne.
Yeah, her. And wants to be able to communicate better with her.
Okay. So we'll catch up with you in a second. So we're gonna circle back around to Renori then first. You go to see Fishhook. You'll never guess where he is. You'll never guess.
Well, I'm
so
gonna
sad.
try, like, the kitchen area.
How did you know? Oh my god, it's like you looked at my notes or
I
something.
I'm indeed shocked.
I am appalled personally. You find Fishhook in his little usual area in the kitchen. It's late morning, so some people are still kind of like the last stragglers are at breakfast, whether they were people who woke up late or have just been taking their sweet time with their meal. But the kitchen is mostly empty, and it looks like he is chopping up like a few the little small potatoes. Like he's just making like some potato wedges.
Hmm. Hey, fish hook.
Oh, hey, morning.
Is it still morning? Like, Renori will be saying that out loud. Like,
Afternoon.
something like that. Hey, we need to talk.
Okay, what's up?
Can I have, like, your full attention?
Oh, yeah, what? Okay.
I don't. So we've not really talked before. Sorry about that. You're a vital part of this ship, and I'm sleeping with the captain, so I probably should have talked to you a few times by now. But that's probably beside the point. Well, sort of. Not really. I want to know what you know about Casper. Like, let me clarify, because I see the face journey you're on right now. I just had a conversation with Casper, where apparently I was the one who revealed to him that he's a reanimated corpse that's been brought back to life.
And he kind of like casts a wild gaze over to the stragglers that are still in the kitchen.
Oh, do you have somewhere more private we could talk, or like a cone of silence or something?
We're gonna find a spot. Just and there are a few people, like there's one crew member who's got like his spoon like just lifted out of a bowl of porridge, and he's just sitting there like
I'm so funny. I love to tell jokes to make people freak out.
Yeah, just she's
Gotta
a
roll
kidder.
deception check for that.
Yes, but you can do it with advantage because Fishhook is badly helping.
Badly helping. Oh my god. Ooh.
Those were both good rolls. A 19.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Nice. So you.
Renori is unhinged, so like
That's kind of
slightly.
what factors into this. So for everybody that heard you and is kind of just staring between the both of you, you're able to pass it off very much as like it comes out pretty even to how you always sound. So just kind of like I guess she is kidding. Interesting. Like that kind of.
This is how I sound when I joke.
What a fucking weirdo. That's such a weird thing to joke.
I am a necromancy wizard, so
death is kind of her thing.
Of my thing.
Not us having the same brain cell. So yeah, you're able to kind of slide that one under the rug, and Fisher kind of looks at you with an urgent gaze, like let's.
I'll follow your lead.
Okay.
Yeah. You want? Yeah.
He You walk up out of the galley and up across the deck and then back down into the other hatch that's kind of like closer to the front of the ship. And it's into one you go into down into one of like the cargo holds. Um, and it's pretty dark and empty in here for the most part. Like you don't see anybody around basically, and
Mhm.
it's got one of those like lattice kind of hatches over it, so there's some sunlight
Mhm.
filtering in, but it's pretty much dim light
Mhm.
in here. Um,
Okay.
so he kind of like pulls you a little bit out of view of the hatch if anybody were to look down, and then he goes, "Okay, what's happening?"
Okay. Well, let me preface this with I am dating him, so I feel like I have a right to know who I'm dating.
Right.
So, um, he and I just had a conversation, like, right before I came to find you, where I was like, hey, bestie, you know a lot about me. I don't know much about you, and, like, that's okay, but what can you tell me? Um, and it didn't go super great. Um, so there are some questions that you've known him for a long time,
Most of his
and
life, yeah.
and he is very unaware of himself and who he is and what he is and his life story. Um, at least I think that he's telling the truth about all of that. Um, and so while we were talking, this teal smoke kind of comes from him sometimes. I've only seen it in battle before, but when we were talking, it came back as he got a little distressed while discussing who he was and how he didn't know. And then, I don't know if you know, but I am a necromancy wizard.
I did not know that.
So, so I know things, and based on a lot of what he told me, I was able to discern that he was reanimated at some point. Um, Born again, perhaps some may say.
Hmm.
Um, and um, that didn't go over well because then he passed out and then spit up blood and then came back to and had a panic attack about finding out that he was dead at some point, and then said that while he was passed out, he had a vision that he was on a dock and there was a figure he didn't recognize standing at the other end of the dock, and he freaked out and then said he needed some time and went and hid in his room like he usually does. So then I was like, hey, who could I talk to on this ship that knows Casper? And you're first on my list. So, hello, I'm here.
Hi. Um, is he okay?
Is he okay?
Loaded question.
Cl-
Sorry.
clarify?
Are we ever okay?
Physically, I know the blood, but did he seem after that physically okay?
Physically? I think so. He was shaky when he hugged me and he gave me a kiss on the forehead, but he seemed, uh, you know how he is.
Yeah. And Fisher kind of like he leans his back so that his spine kind of rests against these two crates that are in here. Because there's like a number of crates and chests and barrels and things down here,
Mm-hmm.
and he kind of leans back and he sighs and then looks back up at you, and he goes, he really cares about you. Like, he. His biggest flaw, ever since I've known him, is that he trusts very easily. And it's been something that he doesn't quite know how to fix. And when it comes to relationships, that's something that can be a huge pitfall. But I think the happiest I've seen him in a very long time has been with you. And I just hope you know that. Well,
I appreciate that. And that's very kind of you to say.
it's the truth.
However, that is not why I am here.
Yeah, it's not. And Fishhook, like, looks visibly uncomfortable.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. I've known Casper for many years. Ever since he was a young boy. I don't know the full details of where he came from, because by the time I met him, he was already just an orphan on the streets. But what I do know is that wherever he came from, it doesn't matter. I took him in. He was a kid and he needed somewhere to stay. I took him in on the ship I was working for a contract as a stowaway. And Captain found him and at first wanted to throw him overboard, but he managed to talk his way into a deckhand position and then proved himself invaluable in navigation and quick wit and a number of other things, anything to keep himself busy. And over the years, he followed me from ship to ship. And eventually, there was a contract that I liked. It was my first chef position, and I wasn't much great. I wasn't really great for combat anymore. And he like kind of holds up the hook. Wasn't great for combat anymore, so it was a relief to be able to do something. Made me feel like I was contributing. And Casper was with me, and he couldn't have been more than, 17 at the time? Maybe 18. And he was also, like, he was a real cocky son of a bitch. And I could never quite shake that out of him.
I'm not sure that's past tense, but yeah.
It's not. Our ship got boarded. And most of the crew slaughtered. And there was nowhere quite to go but down with the ship. Casper and I took up what positions that we could, defending the wounded as the captain fought back for control. And they set fire to the ship. I was trying to get him out because I'd rather swim than burn. But he just gave me this smile and he said he was going to go take care of it. And of course, I knew what that meant. Everybody knows what that means when somebody you love runs away from you.
That's a little triggering right now, Fishhook. I'm not gonna lie, but I appreciate the honesty.
Oh, sorry.
As someone who, Casper just walked away from. But
Right.
yeah, anyway, continue.
Sorry.
Sarah, don't make that face. This is just how Renori is, okay? Don't. Saw that face.
Gotta keep yourself in character, Kristen.
If you think I can't switch back and forth, like, at the drop of a hat, you're wrong. You're wrong. So, anyway,
fair
what were
enough,
you saying,
fair.
Fishhook?
Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you.
No, I'm already upset, so, like, I'm probably at my maximum upset, actually, so it's not gonna get worse. It's fine.
I'm upset making it.
I'm not sure that that's how that... Okay,
just keep talking. I'm so sorry. I'm bad at talking to people.
It's all right. He ran right up to the enemy captain and kept him at bay for a while. Actually, a lot longer than I expected. He kept us. He kept it. He kept him busy long enough for me to get the wounded out onto one of the spare boats. And when I looked back up at him to get him to come back, I watched that captain drive a sword through his chest and leave him there. And I mean, I threw myself overboard. I clawed my way back up onto the top deck, and I went to go get him as the ship started to sink. And but he was gone. So I did what I had to do. I rowed the wounded back to shore, and I moved on. Maybe a year later, a little more, I took another contract, another cooking job. And this bastard just strolled onto the ship. No warning, no I'm alive. Just with that same stupid smile, strolled back into my life. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm grateful. I never wanted to lose him, but I was beyond angry. And we went out on this cooking. For me it was a cooking job, for him more mercenary work. This time we were the ones doing the pillaging and plundering, and he got into it because he was good at it. And the same thing sort of played out again. He chased down a contract that he wasn't supposed to and got overzealous, but something was different this time. He boarded an enemy ship himself. He slaughtered almost half the crew on his own. I'd never seen him move like that. And he just looked back at me with this proud smile before he took the captain's life. And I just knew for that moment that that wasn't him. You know?
Mm.
And I don't know. That sort of thing has always gone in and out over the years. But the longer he was with me, the more he seemed to come back to himself. His personality, his joy. But I wish I could give you something more helpful besides. And he gestures to himself as he's like kind of slumping down on these crates.
So, did he know who you were that year later?
I suppose so. He found me. He didn't ask me
So,
who I was. He just had found me.
Do you ever talk about before that year with him?
I did at first. We fought about it almost every day.
So, so at some point, he remembered dying?
No. He... It was strange. When we would talk about it, he would just go blank. Almost. And he'd get angry. And I talk about my temper, and I mean, I'm not proud of it, but it's a grown man's temper. With him, it's something else. And I learned to just leave well enough alone. I mean, I had my kid back. But I don't know.
You've known him a long time, and you know him really well. And I know you don't have any answers for certain, but do you have any hypotheses about what happened?
You know, it's superstition, so I'm not sure if it's of much help. But they say sometimes when a sailor dies at sea that the waves take up residence in his soul. And that's how you get ghost ships. You have these lost spirits that are literally tied to the infinite life force of the ocean itself. I watched his body sink beneath the waves, and now he's back with whatever happened. That stuff in him. Something did that to him. Something looked at him and decided he wasn't allowed to be at peace. And I don't know why.
You think he's not at peace?
I mean, I think he's learned to find peace now. But normally when and I grew up in a pretty, I would say, faithful family. I don't practice myself, but many of my relatives do, and for varying deities and forces across everywhere. When someone dies, you celebrate them as they move on to a greater place, somewhere where they can look back on all they've done and just rest for a little while. I don't think Casper's rested since then.
That doesn't mean it's not possible to still exist and rest. I'm
I mean, sure.
I'm very skeptical. Sorry, Saloon. I'm very skeptical about what all of that even means. It's not a matter of me doubting what you're saying, Fishhook. I actually think you're probably right. But I think
I don't practice, so I take no offense. All I
no,
know
I know.
is I we sailors have our laws and superstition because it keeps us governed in a world without rules. And something you always do, no matter what, no matter who it's for, is that you do your best to give the fallen some way to rest so that they don't come back full of vengeance later. The last thing you want is to see somebody that you cared for just coming back. And it's all, folktale, whatever, folklore that moms tell their kids to keep them up at night. But after seeing what happened to Casper, I don't know. I hold it a lot closer than I used to.
Are you unhappy he's back then?
He kind of like rubs a wide palm over his face. Yes and no. I mean, I love him. He's my family. I never wanted to lose him in the first place, and there's a selfish part of me that is happy he's back. That it seems like he's here, really here. I'm not just hallucinating. Like he's here and he's been here, and I don't know, the thought that he would get to live out a life for himself. But at the same time, I spent a year mourning. I gave him rights. I grieved. And then he just came back and was like, I spent a year as a shell for nothing.
Isn't that selfish too?
I
To
mean,
be upset that you grieved for no reason?
it is,
Yeah.
but I know I'm not perfect.
That's fair. I lost everyone important to me several years ago and tried to bring them back and failed. Turns out the type of magic I was studying was both too simple and not what I needed to do if I actually wanted to bring them back. I'm incredibly familiar with losing people and wanting them back. So pardon me if I have a hard time ever imagining the concept of even slightly being upset that someone I loved was back. Superstitions and all.
It's not that I didn't.
That's not it's not something I can't wrap my mind around.
It's not that I don't. I didn't want him back. I did. I remember spending most of that year wondering if there was something I could do. Not into magic. Never learned. Never. I don't think I really have the potential for it. And I'm far too old now. It's not that I didn't want him back. It's just that he deserves everything. And there's a sort of, I don't know. And perhaps I'm preaching to the choir, and I'm sorry if I am. But just the helplessness of losing somebody and knowing that it's done and there's nothing that can be done, and the things that you have to do to accept that, and then having to come to terms with all of that not being for nothing but being undone again, of the work that you have to do to patch those holes, that they're all just back. He is my son. I lost my real one pretty young. He's my boy. And I would never wish to spend a day without him. But I don't know how to put it quite into words for Nori, and I apologize. I never meant to insinuate that. I just had never experienced. I lost one, and then I lost another, and then now he's back. And there's a lot going with it.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm trying to figure all of this out. Um I want him to be safe, and I don't want to lose him. And I don't know if both of those things happen together, or if to have one, the other has to happen.
I can tell you right now that that boy would rather. I don't think there's anything he wouldn't give to stay by your side, just from the way he looks at you. I don't think you are going to have to choose. I think safety will come in time.
That's cool. Um I now have a lot to think about, Fishhook. I think I'm gonna stay down here. Can you go?
Yeah. Do you... I'll leave it maybe above the hatch, but I have some fresh tea and some pastries if you would like any.
Yeah.
Alright, I got you. And he makes his way to the ladder. Um and he casts like a glance back at you and then he makes his way upstairs.
Yeah, and then Renori will just like crumple in on herself away from the sunlight, so like in one of like the darker corners of the area,
Mhm.
and cry a lot.
Understandable.
Not even necessarily from a place of sadness, but just from the overwhelm of it all, you know? Which, you know, does include some sadness, but it's just not that simple. So
Right. I also do be crying on Friday nights, so I felt that. Let's
yeah, that's
that's the
so
one.
that's how Renori spends the rest of that day.
Okay. So then we're gonna go catch up with... Let's catch up with Tide. So Tide, you
Yeah.
are with Boomstick for the day, and now Boomstick, like you had described, does have that ear cuff that you remember her showing you. So you're able to make your way down to the armory where she haunts. And she is... Day after
Spooky for Halloween. Boomstick is haunting the armory.
Ooh,
Sorry.
spooky. So you would probably come into the armory a little bit after breakfast ish of that day. So
Yeah.
she is... You come down, you just hear like a rhythmic like clang, clang, and as you're coming down, you see her like she's striking something hot on an anvil that's set up in the center of the room. Sparks are flying absolutely everywhere. Like it's probably the most unsafe work environment like possible on a wooden boat.
In a sexy way?
In a sexy way. I mean,
Nice.
you know how like every time you see a blacksmith or doing anything similar, they're like glistening and there's just like the dramatic posing where they're flexing. Like it's very much that.
Riding my saddle. Sorry.
I can't. Sarah, I love you so much. You are a treasure. You see, so you see Boomstick. She's striking at some hot metal that's on the anvil. Can you do me a perception check?
I sure can. Give me my glasses so I can read. Perception. Ooh, a 23.
Oh my god. Okay, well, so with your special eyes, you see something interesting. So
Legolas, what do your elf eyes see? Sorry.
Your elf eyes are about to see secrets. Actually, so you're witnessing Boomstick like striking at this anvil, right? And in theory, especially as somebody who had like a merchant background in your past, merchant adjacent, you know the basics of how like smithy work goes. You know, you heat the metal and then you just like do the thing and then it's like bam, it's the thing.
He doesn't know the middle parts, but he knows the.
You don't need the you
general
just
prop.
know that it has to be hot and then you hit it and then it's like the thing, right?
Yeah.
You don't see any heat source in this room. Yet the metal is hot, like glowing red hot, red orange under her hand and her bare hand. She usually wears those like thick gloves. She's only got one on and it's the one that's holding the hammer. And the other hand is bare and holding that piece of metal as she's striking it.
Interesting. Okay, so I imagine it's fairly loud in there, right?
Oh yeah.
With her banging. So Tidy's gonna walk up, like try to be like come from a distance, like, hey, Boomstick, how's it going?
No,
No
she
response.
nothing.
Hey, how's it going? Boomstick! And at this point, it's very close to her and like full on screaming
Can you roll me a
to see if
dexterity
she.
saving throw, please?
Yeah, because that's really high for me. Let's
Mm-hmm.
see. That's gonna be a nat 1.
Oof. Okay, you do the boomstick, and you do not account for her reflexes as she's holding a hammer in her hand. She jumps because she genuinely did not see you, and on reflex smacks you in the chest. You take 1 bludgeoning damage as this
Okay.
hammer drives into you and kind of knocks the wind out of you a little bit. And she immediately, her hands go up to cover her face, and she drops the hammer, and you hear it like, dum dum against the wood. I am, oh my god. What is wrong with you? You, I'm sorry. What is wrong with you? Oh my god. Are you okay? Why did you are you okay? Please breathe. Please.
Hey, didn't mean to scare you.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
I'm glad
He's
you're
not really sure if he
okay.
should be apologizing.
I'm glad you're okay. Don't ever do that again. Um, oh my god. And she kind of like comes around this anvil to like look at you better. Um, I need you to do a medicine check, and she's also gonna do one.
Ooh, okay. Medicine. That's oh. Okay.
I never like hearing the O. Gotta say.
I get really excited because I have a +8 medicine, but then I rolled a 3, so I got an 11.
Okay, that's probably. Let's see. Let's see what's happening over here. Oh gosh. It's not fun having a binder of secrets if you can never find anything in it. Just a heads up. In case you were wondering how I feel about that. And... Okay. Okay. So there is a sharp pain, like in your chest, like within, and it hurts. And you deduce hammer, blunt impact, ouchie. She comes up to you and she sort of like, she doesn't touch you, but she's just doing like the panic hands. And she goes, I think you broke something. You
Um,
do not sound like you are breathing. Good.
Fine.
Fuck. Shit. And she kind of just like, she stomps back over to the anvil and she like grabs, you see her like bend down behind it and grab like her other glove and like shove it back on. She goes, just stay here. I'll go get Tessa. I guess she knows medicines and stuff. Just don't move. That looks serious. And she goes back. She goes upstairs, and in a few moments, she's coming back, basically dragging Tessa, like by the wrist. She goes, please
Where
fix
did I
him
get hit?
in the chest,
Chest
COD
area?
left side.
Okay.
So danger zone, you know. Tessa comes over to you, and she is going to also use her special eyes. Oh, we love bonuses. Okay. Tessa looks at you with her special eyes, and she can discern, Tide. So,
In a sexy way.
Fine.
I'm gonna start a drinking game, but it will probably get people in trouble. Every time somebody says in a sexy way, take a shot. But
We
also don't go
should
to the
do
hospital.
we need a counter for that too.
We do. My,
Yeah.
if you want to do that, that would be hilarious. If you know how to add it. If you don't, I can do it for next time.
Exclamation point sexy.
Yeah. Yeah. Tide, she kind of like takes a look at it. Okay, so you have definitely broken a rib, and
Oh,
I
it's
need you to
fine.
not move and
I've
stop
been
talking.
good.
This is a key part because I don't know which one you've broken, and I don't want you to puncture a lung. Just
Oh, great.
stop talking. Just focus on breathing. And she kind of looks at you up and down, and she's like investigating, and she steps back. Okay. I'll just, you know what? And she holds her hands out, and she tries to like angle it in a way where she's not touching where you were impacted, but also touching the rib that broke. So it probably hurts. And you regain the hit point as she expends a cure wounds on you.
Yeah.
And it significantly becomes like it becomes easier to breathe. You feel that dull pain and the sort of nausea that comes with like that kind of injury subside pretty quickly, and you feel pretty back to sorts. And Tessa, all right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go.
Thank.
And she immediately turns on her heel and goes back to the ladder. But she says, like, casts like a pointed glare at Boomstick because, like she seems almost offended. And she goes right back up the ladder, and the two of you are alone again in the armory.
Hey.
Hi.
So before you hit me, and again, I'm sorry, it's my fault.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to ask you. I remember you telling me about the ear cuff thing. The thing that goes around your ear and cuffs
Right.
around it. Um, did you say that you can like understand languages with that?
Um. Yeah. It. Yeah.
Well, I remember asking you how it worked, and you didn't really tell me. And you showed me the box, but I've been hanging out a lot with Brienne, and I feel really bad because I can't understand her. And I don't want to take yours, but I was wondering if there's any way that we can make something for me that would work the same way.
Um. Roll me persuasion.
Okay. Persuasion. Okay, 18.
Okay. You. She looks at you for a little bit, and she seems very much on the fence. But one more look back at you, and she just. Um. Yeah. I can make you one.
Awesome. Is there anything I can do to help? Like I'm here. I can get
Uh.
stuff. I can swing things or
No. I'll just do it. Whenever
okay.
when it's done, I'll find a way to get it to you. Just don't tell anybody it was from me.
Oh yeah. No, I haven't told anybody about the box or anything like that. Um, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
What's up with your hands?
What?
I don't mean that in a bad way. That sounded bad.
You can't just ask someone what's up with their
Oh
hands
my god,
tied.
you can't just ask someone that.
Okay, but he can. Sorry. I guess when I came in, you're swinging the hammer and then you hit me. But before you hit me, um, you were clearly doing some like metal smithing. Um, there's no fire down here, and you were using your bare hands. So I was just wondering if maybe I'm just curious what that was.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Roll
Can
me
I do an insight
insight.
check?
Yeah, I was about to say do insight.
Oh, come on.
Let us not forget
Okay.
that I think session 1 or 2, Renori said, "Hey, so what are you?" to Boomstick, and that did not go over well at all.
Like even a little
Okay.
bit.
I got a 22.
Okay. She
Keep my
has
attention to that.
she has a very like convincing kind of stony face, but you're also not accepting that. You know what I mean? Like you it's not that she's not good at convincing, it's just that you are above that. You have seen your third eye has opened and you're here. And this is not going to stop you. And she realizes she's not going to beat you at this game, and she heaves this heavy sigh and she goes, okay, see, the thing is, how do I put this delicately? If I tell you, I'd have to kill you. So,
Womp womp.
and I kind of like you better alive.
Follow-up question, why would you have to kill me?
Because I would. Ty, can you do me an insight check again?
I can. Besties.
Is it a nat 20?
It's a nat 20
Let's
plus 8, which is 28.
let's go. Okay,
Paying
so
attention today.
you okay, so you see right through it again. Like she's fucking with you, right? Like it's clear she's guarding her stuff, but she's also like messing with you a little bit. Um and beyond that, you notice that she's kind of like she's someone with a lot of bravado, right? Like she's kind of forward about a lot of things, and you notice this seems characteristically more defensive than she usually is. You get the sense you are kind of winning this little chess match here.
So a look is going to go across his face of like sheer determination, but it's going to go away real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess I just thought we were friends and you could just tell me, we could talk, we talked a lot before, and I don't know, I guess I just thought I just thought we were closer than that.
Fuck, man. All right. I'll tell you. Ty, you have to swear on your goddamn life that this does not leave this room. This is like on your fucking life.
Who am I going to tell?
I don't know, but you can't.
I won't.
And she looks for the probably the first time like that you've seen her like this, like genuinely terrified. Okay. And she looks around. There's nobody in here, but she looks around again. And then she slowly holds out her hands and she pulls off the gloves. And then she sticks them in her back pocket. And then she sighs, and as she kind of does like one of these, like she flexes her fingers upwards, and as she does, she changes. you watch her pale freckled skin turn like a ruby red in a slow wave down her arms and then up again over her shoulders, over her face. And as this coloring reaches her face, she changes here as well. Her freckles turn into almost like tiny flickering embers. And as this wave of color passes up to her hair turns into like licks of flame. Like there's just little wisps coming off of it as it turns into a braid of flame and it comes down. Her eyes are a bright orange that appear to flicker like live candlelight. And Ty, do you recognize a fire Ganassi?
Fucking knew it from day one. All right.
Ah.
Ty's just gonna look at her and be like, huh. We're like the same. But
Yeah,
different, you know what I mean?
yeah. And she's kind of wringing her hands, and as she does, like little sparks are kind of flying off her nails where they're making contact with each other.
Why do you hide it?
I'm on the run, and if they find me, they'll kill me. So.
And the boat is made of wood.
You always lit things on fire before.
I mean, that's true.
Just thought I'd.
We
That's
cannot
like,
dismiss the past arson that has occurred.
Yeah, just Renori's sassy comment lingers in the back of Tide's mind somehow. Just
I love it.
Can I try something? This is Tide speaking, not me.
Well, what are you trying?
in a sexy way.
Oh my god.
Tide is gonna shape water onto her hands.
There's a great big as the water instantly goes up into steam and evaporates, and she's kind of like, dude, why?
I don't know. I just thought it'd be cool.
I mean,
Well-
like, what were you looking for there?
That
Oh,
I gotta say, your disguise is great, but I kind of knew it from day one. Or
yeah,
I
but I
was
mean,
pretty sure.
yeah, but you couldn't prove it.
You're right. I couldn't, and I can't. You know, I won't try. But I don't know. It's cool to see you as you, because I mean, there are lots of times where we don't fit in, and people don't like us for various reasons, and it just sucks that you can't be you right now.
Um, thanks. Yeah, and as she talks, you notice like her braid kind of unravels itself so that the flame that comprises her hair just kind of drifts about her shoulders and her back. And she wrings her hands a little bit slower. Uh it feels nice. I never get to let the disguise down because you never know who might see, but I wish I could be me too.
Tide is going to facing her. So Tide is going to grab her right hand,
Mm-hmm.
at like kind of like sandwich the hands.
Okay.
And I would correct me if I'm wrong, but
Mm-hmm.
because Tide is a water genasi and is constantly wet, I would imagine I'm presuming that he probably wouldn't like take damage to this.
Um. No. So you Okay, so
I'm gonna do it either way, but
I mean, yeah, a number of things are happening here. So you do the hand sandwich, and you see her kind of like wrinkle her nose, and there's like a slight smile on on her face. You, however, have the exact opposite facial journey. There's always a constant layer of moisture on you, as we just said, you know, and that immediately evaporates as soon as your hands make contact. In the same sort of short like spurt of steam that had happened when you did it on purpose, and it's like putting your palm on a burner.
you look better this way. I promise.
Oh, thanks. Can you like
Ah, fuck. Sorry.
yeah, and she kind of like still gives you that smile. She's like it kind of tickled a little bit. Sorry. I'll try to
Yeah, it
get
tickled me
better at
too.
getting
Fuck.
control of that, I guess. And
Um,
she sort of like cracks her back a little bit, and as she does, the disguise melts back onto her into reverse. Her hair kind of floats back to like rest on her shoulders, and it's out of the braid, and you as she kind of blinks away the last remnants of flame in her eyes. She goes, now you know.
so can you do? I don't even know how to ask this. So I can, I have shape. I can move water around and you know
Mm-hmm.
move water around because I'm a water genasi. And can you do anything with fire like this?
Um, and she kind of leans around you to like double check the ladder again. She sees there's no one there. She goes, "Yeah, um, just hold on." And she takes a couple steps back from you, and she kind of like a little bit stretching, definitely like showing off, kind of goofing a little bit. And then she extends her hand out, like her one arm forward, and then the other arm kind of like right here. And as she does, a bolt of flame jumps from the open palm, skips down her extended arm, and leaps off of her fingertip. And as it curls into the air, it takes the shape of a bird, and it kind of like swoops by you, and then comes back to her. And she like inhales in, consumes the flame, and then spits it back out in a column of flame. And then she takes her bow.
All right, pretty cool. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Cool. Well, I mean, thank you for showing me. And I mean, if you ever want to get some flames off your chest, so to speak, I guess,
Thanks.
you
I
know, I'm here.
I it feels nice to have told somebody, but for my safety, I don't think I can. But I appreciate the offer.
All right. Well,
I'll and she points back to the anvil. I will get your cuff ready soon, and whenever it's done, I'll find a way to get it to you discreetly. Just it's the reason I know how to do that, and she like gestures her head with her head backwards. And I guess we're sharing secrets, so I can show you this too. She sticks her tongue out, and you see she has a tongue piercing. Um, and she with her tongue like this too. Um, the reason I know how to make these things is because of, and she gestures to herself. So you have to keep it quiet.
sorry, I have to keep the tongue piercing quiet.
Oh, I didn't explain what it does. I can speak languages with it.
Oh.
I
Yeah,
was
I
just
can
like,
get how that
how is
would
a
be
tongue
weird.
piercing a secret? Because I feel like at some point people would notice.
You never know.
I don't know how it
In a
works, but
sexy way.
for sure in a sexy way. Um, Tide will say, I don't know how it works, but if it's easier to not do the ear cuff, I don't have
Oh no,
hair that I can hide.
it has to be there, otherwise it won't work.
Okay. Well,
I'll get
I
it to you
guess
as soon as I can. Just we'll find a way to do it discreetly, and remember, you cannot tell anyone.
yeah, of course. I won't. I won't. Cool. Well, yeah, I mean, because we're sharing secrets, I never met my mom, and my dad's dead now, and um, yeah, I think that about covers it. So I'm gonna go.
Wait,
Uh,
I am kind of in the same boat. If it makes you feel better.
it was your mom too.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. We're pretty. I feel like it doesn't happen that way that much.
Yeah.
Really cool that we both haven't met our moms.
Oh my god, I'm dying right now.
Boomstick kind of just shrugs like,
Hashtag
yeah.
abandonment issues.
I mean, you know, it'd be like that. And are you making your way to the ladder?
Yeah.
Okay, before you get there, just kind of like, Tide,
Yeah.
thanks.
Anytime.
And then you're able to make your way back up. And cool. Okay, so we're going to go. Raven, did you do anything else besides, like, have feelings on that day? Or is that like an all day? Like, I mean, it do be an all day thing sometimes. Like, I get
It
you.
can be.
It really can be.
I maybe Raven will only emerge to get food,
Okay.
but it's at a time period that is like inappropriate to get food, so it's like no one else is in the
Okay.
mess
Yeah.
hall really. Like we're talking like 3 p.m. It's lunchtime now.
Okay. I see you.
Yeah.
All right. That's pretty uneventful. I feel like Fishhook just kind of passes you.
Yeah, she just gets food and then like leaves.
Yeah, Fishhook
That's,
will like
it.
he's always literally always there, so he just will pass you what you need. And yeah, you're able to go in. I'm sorry, I'm watching Maya fight for her life with stream elements, and it is so funny. Keep fighting, soldier. We believe in you. So so we're gonna move to the next day then. So that day has now passed, and we each undertook our varying degrees of emotions, feelings, and activities. And it is now a new dawn. At this point, I need everybody to make a perception check, please. Maya, you are not failing as a mod. You're doing wonderful. We love you. Can we get some hype for Maya? We love Maya.
Oh my gosh.
Maya,
Listen, learning how to do
not.
commands is a whole thing.
It's really easy with Nightbot, but I have a blood feud with Nightbot, so I had to make it difficult for you. I'm sorry.
A blood feud?
Nightbot and I cannot be within 50 feet of each other, or we will mutually destroy each other.
This was perception, right?
Yes, perception.
That's a 24.
I got a 17, so not quite as beefy, but
Okay.
respectable.
Go with a 10.
All right, so we got a 17.
Tide used all his attention span with Boomstick, so.
Yes. Okay.
Don't blame him, honestly.
I do have a clarifying question for Nori. We're not gonna do anything yet. I'm just asking. Did you ever emerge from the cargo hold, or would you still be down
there? Renori probably would have used her sleeping would have probably been trancing near the helm of the ship or something, like during the nighttime. So
All right.
she would have been vibing out there for until the next day.
Okay. Would you have stayed in there until the sun rises? You think, like, stayed on the deck, or would you have gone elsewhere once the sun started sunning?
When the sun started, she probably would have like just adjusted with the shadows of like anything on the ship as she went.
Okay. Understandable. All right. I just wanted to check. So, okay. So, the perception checks are coming in a second. I promise. Let's get to the new day first. So a new day has arisen, and you're all in your varying areas now. That same sort of choppiness has been keeping up, and it actually seems a little bit worse now. Like, you do see some of the crew members. Most of the crew members are like fine, but you have noticed a couple of people like being visibly unwell, like seasick, which is kind of not what you want to see on a boat with the people who run it. But yeah, that same rough motion. It's not so bad right now, but it's definitely noticeable and kind of irritating. And so we're on this new day. I would say it's pretty early in the morning, maybe like 8 a.m., 7 a.m. Not quite at the crack of dawn, but definitely early morning. And the ship has pretty much woken up. I feel like the crew who has the morning shift is definitely on duty by now, and other people are sleeping off the night shift. And with that perception check, Tide, you don't hear anything. If you're awake, are you even awake? It's early. I feel like you're a late sleeper.
Probably not. If we're gonna go with a 10. It's 8 a.m. He's not a morning person, so we're gonna say no.
Okay. Raven, where are you?
She'll probably be like in her depression den that she's now created. Like, she's snuck like a blanket and like maybe a pillow or something up there, and now she's just like, this is my nest.
Okay. All right. So where is your depression nest again? Like, physically?
On the deck somewhere.
Okay.
Like, just wherever there might be like a little hidden area that she can kind of just like disappear into.
Okay, so
but not really. I feel like she's like, I feel like some of the crew members are like, what the fuck? Like, every once in a while, but she's just like, I'm just here alone. Like, little storm cloud over her head kind of vibe.
I feel like so there are like 2 masts on the ship. You are
probably be more towards the back.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, against the mast that's closer to the back of the ship, there's like some crates and stuff surrounding like the rigging there, and you're able to like create your little depression nest there. So you're like definitely in view of the crew that are like walking by to do their job, but you're away from everybody else for the most part. It's like secluded as you're gonna get up here, basically, for a consistent amount of time where you're not in somebody's way. And Renori, where would you like to be sat
at? Rotating with the shadows of like the items that are near that like helm of the ship.
Near the helm? Okay. Okay, so hold on. Cool. Okay, so you starting with Renori, you see Casper emerge from the captain's quarters. And he makes his way to the helm. And now you're not like the helm is here, and you're like over here. I don't know if this is gonna be visible on. I'm waiting for my. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the helm is like the helm is here, and you're like over here. So you're like kind of behind there. So he just walks right up to the helm. He does not see you, and he just kind of takes the helm. We will get to the perception.
And I like. Oh, yeah. Can I, like, pop up and scare him?
Oh my god.
And be like, hi! Oh, stealth! That's a 5.
Amazing.
Okay. All
I
right.
love this.
And how are you just gonna like say it, or are you like grabbing him?
No, she would like be coming up on the other side of the helm, like so he would see her, and she would just like pop up and be like, "Boo!"
Oh, okay. You pop up and you do a little boo, and he's like, "Oh, hi."
Oh, that didn't go nearly as fun as I intended.
Um, yeah, I appreciate the effort though. It was really cute.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
Not this. um, and we're good. Raven, you hear it first. So you catch this like it's hard. You hear a voice. And it's sort of floating on the wind and kind of faint. But you hear a voice. Oh my god, did Maya, you did it. Wait, Maya, you didn't do it. Hold on. Keep working at it. Keep working, Bessie. You got this. It's fine. You kind of did it. You know what? A+ for effort. Gold star. You did it, kind of. Raven, on the wind, you hear this voice. And it starts to get stronger. And you make out singing. And it's this beautiful, clear voice that is just sort of... It's just pleasant to listen to. Like, you know
what's it fucking Chekhov's siren again?
Venori, this ain't about you right now, okay? This ain't about you right now. This is about Raven's ears right now, okay? We'll get to you in a second. Raven with your special ears.
Raven's gonna channel her Renori energy and just be like, is this Chekhov's siren again?
I can't.
Renori will be saying, sorry, Saloon, but someone's getting murdered.
You hear it coming from, I don't remember ship things. I think port is left. You hear it from
You
left.
think that we would?
I'm pretty sure port is left and starboard is right, because like port and left have the same amount of letters. Like I feel like that was something I learned once, but I could also be horribly wrong. So it's from left port.
From left port.
From port left. You hear this voice drifting up, and it's beautiful. You know when you hear somebody like sing in like, I don't know, like a bathroom or somewhere like where it's really echoey, and it's like, oh, and everything's all crisp and stuff. You're like, damn. It's kind of one of those, but it's just floating on the wind. And yeah, it's just really pleasant to listen to.
Left. Port is left.
I am so proud of myself. Okay. I did it. I'm a real sailor now. Yeah, so you hear that drifting in.
Yeah, can I do some sort of check to see if it's a siren?
You can, from where you are, you cannot see anything. You just see that it's coming from the left. Like, you hear it's coming from the left of you.
Well, like, with our encounter with Asper's X, would I be able to, like, infer?
I mean, you know what? Go ahead and do...
Could you do a history check to see if she's heard
That's what I was going to say.
An animal handling check?
No!
Animal handling. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Somebody has feelings about an X, perhaps.
No, I was really trying to pick one.
Let's get a bonk.
Bonk Kristen.
We need a bonk in chat for that. Can we do...
Ooh, 19.
Okay,
so
for
what?
For history. Yeah.
Yeah, 19.
Okay, I mean, yeah, you're able to put 2 and 2 together. The witnessing the sort of thing with Casper and his ex, and then Plus, you're like, oh, you're on a boat, and this is definitely not coming from on the boat. You put two and two together pretty quickly. But something does stand out to you. You feel fine. Just your voice singing.
Interesting.
I am going to run to find Casper.
Okay.
Yeah, so what about my 24 though?
I know.
Oh my God,
We're getting
Kristen.
to you. We're getting to you. Hold on. So, Raven, Casper, you see Casper and Renori at the helm, and you're going to be able to make their
Are they
way.
doing that gross like good morning, hi?
Yeah.
Are they doing
but-
that?
For
Yeah.
the record, Renori's actually very awkward and not being cute. She's like,
It's
the
adorable.
last time she saw Casper wasn't a fun time.
Renori's like not in love with Renori, so Renori cannot perceive that as cute. However, Casper is
Oh my
likes
God,
her
the
a lot.
direct
So,
call out.
anyway,
Shit.
um,
Ow.
just saying. Yeah, so you'd be able to make your way over to them, but we're gonna come back to you in a second. Rewinding like a few seconds. So, because these two things are gonna kind of happen simultaneously, like you're both gonna hear it at the same time. But Renori, so hi.
Hi.
So
Yeah, how are you this morning?
I'm okay. How are you this morning?
My God, this is so painful.
Oh. You know, I've had better mornings, but it's okay. I've also had worse.
As you say that, funnily
Yep.
enough.
Yeah, I didn't even mean to, and then
Oh, I love
and
it.
then
You also hear that voice on the wind. You hear it a lot more distinct. You wouldn't know this, obviously, but just as a comparison, whereas Raven would have kind of heard the voice drifting up on the wind, like between the wind as it snaps by you as you're coasting on the waves. You you hear it pretty much crystal clear. It's
do I know
coming-
it's a siren? I mean,
you can
come
put two and two together.
like the first time we heard a voice that was actually saloons, we had that whole conversation about sirens. So like
You can put two and two together, but
I
you
feel
also notice you feel fine.
well, yeah. That doesn't okay.
She's probably triggered.
I mean I don't feel fine, but
I mean, in terms of the direct relationship of like
Oh my
what you
God,
know
I
about
gotta be
sirens
dead
and what
because
you're
I know
hearing.
it all.
okay.
There's
Yeah.
no physical effect that you are noticing on you besides rage.
Oh, she's broken.
Oh my God. Not rage.
You do notice also with your special drow eyes, Casper also staring in the direction of port.
Do you hear that, Casper?
Yeah, and I assume you hear it, because...
Yeah. How you feeling?
I'm gonna go look.
Casper?
No,
Don't you-
no. I promise it's fine. Listen.
No, and she grabs on with like a
Oh my
vicious death grip of if you're going to go look, I'm going with you.
That's fine. Please let go.
I'm not letting go.
Okay,
We'll
that's...
walk.
What if
together.
What if we held hands?
She will move to hold his hand, but with the same intensity.
He kind of does like, ow, 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 and then but he starts walking towards the so Raven, you'd probably come up on them just as Casper, like pre-death grip. You're coming up on them and you see Casper
Okay.
going like, I'm gonna go look.
Yeah, Raven's gonna be like a teeny bit out of breath, like not like heaving, but just like I'm out of practice because we've been like idle on his ship and she's not like physically running for her life.
Right.
So she also makes a mental note of that. Um, and so she will probably be like, "Hey, what the fuck's happening?" And then she's gonna look around to see if any of the other visible crew are also looking towards the direction of port.
Several people are. There's a lot of people who aren't, like they're just minding their business. But there are several
Did they also
people,
roll tens?
perhaps.
Okay.
There's several people just minding their business, but you do see some of the crew have already made their way to the railing and they're like looking over and pointing at something.
Do I see what they're pointing at?
Not from where you're
them...
at.
Can I move?
Yeah, if you want
to look?
If you want to go look, yeah.
Yeah, are we all gonna like walk over to look?
It sounds like you are.
Okay, so we're gonna do that. Yep.
Okay, so
Death,
we roll again.
Death grip.
You don't have to roll. You just walking up to the railing. Okay. Yeah. You looking below the ship. So you look over. All of you are able to look over the railing, and you see these figures jumping in and out of the water, and it takes you a second between the motion, but you actually recognize the form of several like different, but they're all merfolk as a wide umbrella. Merfolk in this world, for out of character context, sirens are the ones that tend to look most like humans. It's like an adaptation kind of thing. But there are also like traditional merfolk that retained more aquatic features. And your characters might know more about like the distinctions and everything like that, but it's also like it's pretty common knowledge that like some of them look like people, some of them look like fish. And then you can like roll if you want to find out more about that.
Yes, please. So
yes, please.
Okay, so you can go ahead and do then I guess history. Do history.
Do you want just a flat intelligence one or history?
Yeah, just do flat intelligence.
Cool.
It's not animal handling is not quite right.
Nope, let's not do that. Another 17.
I'm bad at math.
Okay, so
what's 18 plus 7? That's what I got.
25?
25.
I did math.
Oh my god.
Let's go. Okay.
Guys, we don't need college.
We don't. In fact, I am ending stream. I'm going to go become a mathematician. I've done it. Okay, so you...
The sound of doubt that came from Kristen.
It'd be like that. Okay, so...
You gotta protect your friends from themselves sometimes, you know?
Thank you. I do need to be protected from math and decisions. So, that you really covered both bases there. So, you both are pretty easily aware of the differences. Because they've just, both of you have been, you're both knowledgeable, about these things. They've just come across for you in general ways throughout your past. You know that...
you're both smart.
You are. You both do have brain cells, at least one. So you do know that merfolk, which is the general umbrella term, but also tends to refer more to the creatures that resemble fish. They come in a variety of colors depending on where they're at, but they tend to stick to cool colors like blue, purple, green, and like very pale. Their fish-like qualities comes from being deep sea creatures. They are kind of like, you don't know much about their disposition in terms of like, oh, these are the good ones or these are the bad ones, but you do know that they are primarily either herbivores or carnivores in the sense that they like eat fish.
Since we know that they normally dwell like deeper in the water, would seeing them more towards the surface be really weird?
It would definitely be surprising, but not like a clutch your pearls moment.
Okay. Not
Um,
like this is the harbinger of death, like
no.
ravens or birds flying overhead in like large
It's
swarms.
it's kind of like somebody from like the northern United States seeing like a dolphin jump out of the water for the first time.
Got it. Got it. Got it.
Like kind of that
Um,
experience.
I think Raven will kind of like glance at Casper to gauge his reaction.
Um
Um,
okay.
Hey, what do you want?
oh my God, Chris Renori.
Um
That's big tide energy.
that is big tide energy.
Renori needs to spend less time with Tide, confirmed.
Tide actually, speaking of
Or
Tide, can you
more.
roll me a perception check again?
Sure can. 20.
Okay, so
Not natural.
all right, understandable. So you've been kind of sleeping. Crew quarters, I imagine, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so you wake to like hurried, frantic whispers and like the sound of like rushed footsteps. And as you kind of blink awake, you do see like multiple members of the crew like looking really excited about something and making a break for the ladder. And you notably don't hear the normal like commotion of breakfast happening.
It's not breakfast.
I feel like Tide would be concerned about waffles next.
He's on the stretch, and then as he stretches, he's gonna fall out of his cot
Mm-hmm.
and see everybody run up to the deck.
Okay.
God, okay. All right, and then he's gonna stand up and begrudgingly walk towards the deck.
Okay. Little bit of an awkward spot, but we are gonna take our break now because I just looked at the time. So everybody in chat. Okay.
Fantastic.
We're gonna speed run this. Med check, hydration check, posture check, snack check.
Dummy check.
That mental health
Ladder
check.
check.
Everything check. Check yourself. We will be right back in a couple of minutes for more excitement. See you soon.
everything.
And we are back. Hello.
Hello.
I was gonna count down and then I remembered I don't know how to count, so I did not do that.
Crying.
I am a luxury few can afford and even less can tolerate. So, okay, we are back. With beating up back with Tide. So, Tide, you you notice there is a distinct lack of breakfast. Everybody was rushing for the ladder. Just remind us what you're going to do again.
Um, Tide is going to like kind of slowly, not like shuffle, but like literally drag his feet to get to the hatch to go up to the deck.
Okay. So you would climb just up on the deck, probably as Renori is shouting. So you come up on the deck. You see there's like a great number of the crew all crowded at the port, so left railing, and you just hear Renori. What do you want? And yeah.
The tide of food.
Same.
So Tide is gonna be like, "Oh crap, I missed something," and we'll walk a little quicker towards the port railing.
Okay. So yeah, you'll catch up right there pretty quickly. Renori, you shout, what do you want? And
Mm-hmm.
the Merfolk and there are sirens as well.
Fuck.
They all disappear under the water. Like they finish their jumps and then they don't come back out. And you get a few dirty looks from some of the crew members.
What?
I don't.
Were you
think
enjoying the show?
There's a guy at the back. It's like, yeah, actually.
Renori,
That's how you get killed, idiot.
Renori, nothing was happening. I think that this was just like a pod of merfolk passing by, totally harmless.
I don't know about that.
I think maybe a certain person has gotten you a little negatively biased towards that.
That's not. All I have heard about is how singing is used to lure people into being eaten. I think it's pretty fair for me to be scared and stressed the minute that I hear that.
You see,
Maybe.
you hear like, kind of like, laughter from down beneath the waves, and you see the merfolk have like, and the sirens as well. Like this whole pod has risen back up to kind of swim alongside the ship, but they're just swimming now and not doing like the jumps. And you see a few of the sirens specifically who all look pretty different from each other. Like, but there's the distinct feature of like human top half and then a brightly colored fishy bottom half, and some of them look different. Some of them look more akin to like dolphin tails, some of them more like shark tails, some of them more like the just straight up merfolk tails with like the dolphin like shape but trailing fins and fins along like the sides of the tail as well. They all look pretty different. But you see there's two of the sirens, two like female ones, kind of poke their head up. Nori, can you do me a perception check, please?
Oh my god.
Absolutely.
Please tell me they're checking Casper out.
Oh no.
23.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
I have learned that I just need to commit to doing it on my hands.
That's fair. I can't blame you for sure. Okay, so you see two of the sirens like are definitely, as they're swimming, like looking up at you and kind of like pointing and laughing a little bit, but they're not with your eyes, you do see that they're not necessarily pointing at you, they're pointing at Casper.
I shove him back.
Wait, you shove him back, like, just away from the railing?
Yeah.
Okay. You do that. He's like, whoa, whoa.
They're looking at you.
Oh my, is that illegal?
No,
Raven chirps.
Raven,
I
use your knowledge of what sirens do.
I don't know. I think that I don't know. It's just, I think
You
maybe
should
naive, but it's
everyone
fine.
step away from the railing. I don't want
think that
anybody
the-
getting eaten.
I think that the seasoned pirates would understand when the sirens are a bad thing and when the sirens are just chilling,
Okay,
trying to
sure.
swim
Tell
away.
that to every seasoned pirate that has been murdered by a siren who lured them into the sea.
hey,
Hey, but these aren't these seasoned pirates, right, Casper? Like your crew might be a little more. What's up?
Hey! You hear this from like over the railing, by the way. Hey!
Hi.
Hey!
Tide is gonna fully walk to the front
Okay.
to the railing.
Okay. So Tide, you see this pod of merfolk. You would know instantly, just based on your heritage, because it's like a distant cousins kind of situation here. Like very distant cousins, but still like it's pretty common. There's like all sorts of cultural folklore about how water ganassi are like evolved from merfolk, and like there's like folklore and traditional things behind it of how their people split in twain, and those who rose to the shore made brand new lives up above, while the rest retired to the sea where they stayed. And not this, not like this. So yeah, you know instantly you're looking at a pod, and there are two of them specifically so it's not even two of them, like this has changed now because you're seeing it for the first time, but what's happening has changed. You see all of the sirens coming together to lift this one specific siren up a little bit, so they're all like kind of almost like crowd surfing her so she could like sit up above the waves a little bit so she could like yell up at the ship. She's like, imagine like how you would think like a mermaid would sit on a rock, but she's just like sitting on the other siren's hands as they like lift her up. And she's got like dark brown hair that she's sort of like pulled back away from her face and then drifts down like her shoulders and her back, and a very like a almost golden tail that glistens in the sun. And around her neck you see that same symbol that you saw at the Towering Reef, that swirl that was around Nyrene's neck. You recognize it. It's pretty hefty, like sitting as a necklace like on her chest.
But it's not Nyrene.
No, it is not Nyrene. Okay. But you recognize that symbol. She goes, "Hi," and hey,
hey,
hi, can you bring Casper back, please? You just I gotta ask him something.
Can I take a message?
Not can I take a message?
Yes, Tide, yes.
I don't think he's gonna be coming up here.
I literally see him. He's right there. He just
but like just
Casper, come here. And Casper is sweating bullets looking at you, Renori.
Raven's just gonna lean towards Casper and be like, I don't think you should go up to the railing unless Renori says so.
I also agree with that.
What do you want from Casper?
Casper is like busy doing captaining stuff.
He's literally right there. He's not doing anything. He's looking at
He
him.
definitely left, and I like shove like under from the railing, so hopefully they don't see. Casper to go like back further from the railing so that
he
they
kind
can
of
no longer see
stumbles
him.
back and starts walking away, but like this
Like,
isn't.
definitely hit him in the stomach. Like, just
Oof!
get
Did you
out.
did you do a tiefling tail whack?
Nice.
She does not have a tail.
Oh, that's
Uh,
right. That's right.
Yeah. But yes, if she had a
If
tail,
it,
that would
she
have
did,
definitely
yeah,
been.
yeah.
I'm just gonna say it's probably gonna be quicker if you just give me the message and I can tell him. So
Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
what's so important that I mean, we're gonna hear the question anyway, so why don't you just ask it now?
Renori,
y'all are kind of weird. Okay.
yes.
We're
Uh,
bipedal, you know.
I thought you were
It's a
gonna say
different
bisexual.
culture.
I thought you were just gonna say bisexual.
Also, yes.
But also other
Too.
types of
That
bi.
We're bisexual, so we can't. We have a culture. I'm sorry.
Bisexual culture to just never talk directly to each other.
Bipedal and also bisexual. It's very strange.
I mean,
And bilingual, most of us speak multiple languages.
That as well.
um,
Anyway,
None that have been useful so far, but I do. Just saying.
We're not bicycles.
okay.
I think they would.
Pulls out
Okay,
two sickles.
Not this.
I'm crying.
Not this. Violence.
So anyway, so what's the message we can get for you?
All right. Well, when he's done standing literally right there,
No, and Raven will use Mage Hand to sort of like knock him back a little further.
you have to roll a strength check. He weighs more than 10 pounds. You're shoving him.
Well,
The shove
just,
like,
like,
action. You have to.
I was just trying to like tap him, like
Okay.
to like move back, not like actually shove him that time because she
Okay.
knows the limitations.
He kind of like Raven, but he's like stumbling backwards. Okay. My message is okay, this is like I didn't really know how else to ask, so we got your attention like this, but I've been looking for adventure, and I really, really want to go on an adventure, and my sister told me to come find him, and she points at Casper, and hi,
Who's your sister?
Nyreen. Do you know
Yeah,
her?
our ship's closed.
Oh, honey.
Our ship is closed today. We are not accepting
Just,
any
Lenore,
adventurers. You can go home, Squidward.
Oh.
Would there be a SpongeBob reference in the fantasy realm?
it's meta. It's in the story.
Anyway, Raven's gonna go over and she's gonna be
Or
like,
one out to all the homies that know the Infinity War reference.
okay.
Our planet is closed today.
She's gonna lean over to Renori and be like, "Do you really think that Nyreen's sister would not only try to steal Casper from you, but from her sister?"
Oh, that's not what I care about. I just really don't want to deal with them.
But
we have got enough going on. We are trying.
We're still a team.
I really.
Well, just can you please hold, please, for a second?
Uh.
Tide, what do you think?
Why would
what?
Excellent work, Tide.
I just feel like you guys. You guys should choose. You guys. Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
She's wearing the symbol that we saw in Umberly's tower. Why are we not assuming that this is Umberly screwing with us?
Hold that thought.
Mm-hmm.
Raven, what's wrong with you?
What? I just slept weird I had a weird dream. She's lying. So should
Can
I
I
make a
get- can
deception
I-
check?
Yes, make a
Yeah.
deception
Can
check.
I
please.
Can I also make an insight check?
Yeah.
Yeah, both of you make insight. Raven, do a deception.
God. This did not go well for me last time. Deception. Okay.
A non-natural 20.
I
And
got
not
22.
20 for 23.
I
Okay.
got a 22.
Okay. Raven. Okay, so that obviously Raven's roll is higher. So Raven, I'm gonna let you tell. You're deceiving them. So how are you making this better than I slept weird?
I don't know. I just had this weird dream and everybody in the crew was in it and it was family friendly in nature and now I can't really look at any of you guys in the eyes.
Oh God.
And sorry, okay? And she's just like looking at the ground because she also like doesn't want them to see through her lie. But she's just like, I don't know.
Renori's
I don't know.
suspicious, but on the fence.
Anyway,
Because it seems plausible,
she's
but
also shutting her eyes as she looks up. She's just like, anyway, what do you guys want to do?
But did I look good naked?
Fair
Raven
question.
is now blushing. Like she was already having the anxiety sweats a little bit and feeling a little hot from like trying to speak through this lie. But now she's just like, and now she feels like intense radiating heat.
You've seen me in lingerie already, so.
What?
We went shopping. Don't worry about it.
Something's happening to me, but I'm gonna ignore it. We're still finding Casper, you know? So give us a second.
If it helps, I
what
can
do you guys want to do?
I can make myself useful. I just
Well, how?
I want to hear Tessa's opinion on this.
Okay, we'll get to you about Tessa in a second, because Raven, you said how.
Hides face.
Well, so I am kind of more of the adventurous one of my pod, and I don't get out much, but I think, really good at performing. And, I could, make music for y'all. And, I don't know, I could hit stuff really hard, and my teeth are, I think they're sharp, and she kind of, does one of these, and she's a little far away from the boat, I don't know. I don't think this is very convincing. I just, I'm really getting sick of being stuck at home. And
yeah, you could just, be a bard anywhere, though. Why do you have to come onto Casper's ship?
Would we have to get, a tank for you?
Yeah,
no.
Can you get on the boat?
I'll be fine up there.
That doesn't help my problems, but
I know
bard.
I know I could be a bard anywhere, but this is the first ship that, well, first of all, I was told to find this one specifically because of my sister, but also,
yeah, I would stop bringing her up.
Oh. Okay.
Just, if you want to come, I would just.
Yeah, I'll stop mentioning your sister.
Anyway, okay, well, the other thing is that I can't just be a bard anywhere. Pretty much every other ship that, if they saw what I was, they would brutally murder me, as they have done several of my siblings and cousins. And if I went on land, chances are the same thing would happen, but without the nets and probably more spears. So this is my best bet so far.
So you want to join us where we're going places where people could still want to kill you and we're supposed to just like defend you?
Oh no, you don't have to do all that. It's just like I don't know. I've only ever heard good things about y'all, and I
Well,
So
If you've been talking to your sister about us, you most certainly have not only heard good things about Casper.
I mean, I wasn't talking about Casper. I said y'all.
can I do like an investigation or whatever to see
Yeah,
like
can I
to
d-
vibe check her? Can I
Insight.
vibe
Yeah,
check
I
her?
can. Okay, yeah.
Insight.
Okay.
Made my,
it's the peaking for me.
It
made my
really
dog
is
bark.
Discord cutting out for me. Not you antagonizing Maya.
That is a 25, a natural 20.
Okay.
Dirty 20 for me.
Tied. Did you do one as well? Or you?
Oh, he's not.
He's not
He's
gonna.
not vibe check.
All right.
Hyde, can you go get Tessa?
Raven will go get
I still have
Tessa.
questions.
Well, no, she can't. What's up?
Are you wait? Okay. Before we do this, is anybody going to get Tessa or?
Casper, go get Tessa.
Uh.
But also don't be seen.
Okay. I'll do my best. You actually, I hate it here. Casper kind of like looks around a little bit and just kind of vanishes. Not like he literally does, but the way he slinks
That
off.
stealth was high, though.
Literally, it's the 19 plus the bonus for me on a joke. He kind of does just kind of slink into the shadows and almost vanish. And it's midday on an open deck.
Damn.
Okay, so
Where the fuck?
the vibe check. What about her vibe are you checking? Or are we looking for a general vibe check?
Well,
Well, for me, I think that for Raven, it's like general, but also like, like, why? I think that where I'm coming from is like, why does she think that she will get what she wants by asking us?
Okay.
Right? Like, does she have like this? Like, is she?
Are you looking for
truthful with, like,
alternative ulterior motives?
yeah, like with does she actually trust us,
Okay.
or is there like something insidious
Okay.
going on?
and I'm looking for, is she really who she says she is, and what she wants? Is that really what she is here for?
Okay.
So I guess also some ulterior motive stuff.
Okay. So Renori, it does seem like she's pretty much here for that. None of her other, like, the Merfolk are also just kind of swimming and observing, and they're chattering in a language you don't understand. But the sirens are pretty much, the other ones are literally just, like, helping hold her up. It doesn't seem like it's a struggle for them. Like, they're just kind of vibing. So, like, it does really seem like, okay, we are... It's giving, you know what? It's giving, like, when all the homies come together to ask that one, like, to help that one homie ask somebody out for prom. Like, that's the energy you're getting right now. Like, it really does feel like that.
That didn't help.
I mean, it wasn't supposed to. It's just
It's
giving you the visual.
promposal.
It's really just giving the visual of that. Like, that's really what this kind of feels like. In terms of, like, what you're seeing with the energy from the group and also her.
Like they're not particularly invested in like this part of the conversation, but they're like waiting for the answer.
Yeah, they're looking to see if they're gonna just, like, you know, like, what's gonna happen? We're holding her up. What's gonna happen? You know, like that kind of thing.
So
what's up?
I know I specifically told you not to bring her up, but
Wait, if this is for her, just give me a second because I want to also tell Raven.
Okay.
So Raven, your vibe check. She seems pretty truthful. I mean, you're getting the very much like, how do I, not in an annoying way, because this is very much an annoying question that a lot of content creators get. But very much in the like somebody asking like a content creator like, how do I get into this? Like almost that kind of vibe of like, she seems very truthful in what she's saying. She seems genuinely just like,
Genuine.
yeah, like the way her eyes lit up when she talked about like performance and like what she could bring to the table. It seemed like she meant it.
What instrument do you play?
Well, I'm excited about this one. And she kind of leads behind her, and there's some like furious
Just
whispering.
like a one-word answer, please. I don't need a performance. This isn't an audition.
There's some furious whispering. And they pass something up to her, and she holds up a busted lute. It's pretty.
Raven is very shocked, and she's trying to be like, "Oh my god!" But like,
I found this, and I've
Yeah,
been
I
kind of learning. And there's also something called a flute. I'm really good at that one, but I've been learning this because more people like this one.
Fuck, it's a
so
And yeah.
does Raven know how much like percentile wise a siren or a merfolk spends underwater versus above?
You can roll me an intelligence check and see. Actually,
that's
that would
hot.
probably be nature. Do nature. I forget that nature stat exists.
18 plus 3 is 21.
Okay. You do know they're pretty much able to, as they choose, split their time. But they're mostly aquatic hunters, so they do spend most of their time in water, but it's not unheard of for them to
Well,
be
like
on
I meant
land.
just like below the surface versus like chilling out above the surface. Do you know what I mean? Like are they hanging out in the ocean but like above the
Oh, like I
water
mean
or like
that
underwater?
that is kind of like it's kind of trivial. Like they can breathe as easily above as they can below, so it's not like
Okay.
they
I
don't
just want to
have
like gather because like
Is she
Raven's
more
thought
otter? Is
process.
she more shark?
they,
No,
they don't
I think that
have
Raven's thought
to
process
like
is
go back under like after a few minutes or anything. Like
uh
they can breathe above and below, so they just spend their time however they want.
yeah, because I think Raven's thought process is a flute requires air.
Mm-hmm.
How much like how effective is her practice time if she's just underwater blowing into that shit with like absolutely no sound coming out? But yeah, I think that Raven's just gonna be like, okay, thanks, and then she's gonna look at them like, no fucking way. Like, this is disaster.
Renori's gonna. Well, I know Tide wanted to do something.
Yeah, Tide.
So
You had questions.
So I know I literally just told you not to mention her, but
Mm-hmm.
she who must not be named,
Yes.
you know that we just rescued her from a box, right?
Yeah. I
Great. So follow up to that, we're going back to probably fight the person who put her in there, which means we could all be put into boxes.
Okay.
So I'm just wanting to make sure that you know the potential problems
I
we have
understand what it
before you
means
find
to
out.
be in danger, if that's what you're getting at.
All right, no need to be an attitude. You're the one who wants to join me.
I, okay. I, I, I'm not a, I understand danger. I'm very, very aware of it. Yeah.
Are you experienced though?
Great.
Raven.
Actually, never mind. I don't want to know.
Raven, come here for a second. And like
Oh.
Renori wants to like kind of pull Raven off to the side for like a quick little whisper. for the sake of everyone's hearing, I'm not actually gonna whisper. But Renori's gonna be like, Raven, I'm gonna say it again, and I want you to take into consideration your knowledge of patrons and gods and goddesses and all of that. The symbol around her necklace, or her neck, I believe is the symbol of Umberly. Why would she be wearing that if she did not serve Umberly in some sort of manner?
Is that the sign of Umberly, DM? Would I know? Can I
Go
make
ahead
a
and roll
religion
me
check?
history. Do religion.
Yeah.
That's so true. I forgot.
I also want to do that.
Go
I'm
for it.
making the assumption, so I'm not gonna roll.
Natural 20 for 27.
Let's go. Tide.
Ooh, natural 1 for a 4.
Wow. The two ends of the spectrum there.
Okay.
And that's D&D, folks.
Tide, you can ascertain that the symbol definitely does have some sort of meaning in the religious sphere. You have no idea what it is.
Yeah.
You do know it is symbolic. Raven. This is not the symbol of Umberly. You don't. So this symbol is more of a back in the lore, in consulting the lore, in the lore.
Oh my god.
In the sort of folklore that surrounds how Faerun supposedly came to be. When you talk about the deities of various pantheons coming together to shape the land, early inhabitants of Faerun came up with sort of symbols to represent different aspects of the gods that they worshipped. And now there were, the time passes and folklore blends with reality, but you do know that symbol, it is not the symbol of Umberly, but more of a general symbol for water. A powerful symbol of water as it pertains to life. And it would be mostly
And I didn't get any of that.
Nope. It is mostly
That's the painful part.
And it's so funny too, right? It's mostly used in not really on with land dwelling folk, because it's more of this is looking at ancient Egyptian symbols, it'd be almost the equivalent of that. You could recognize them for what they are, but you probably wouldn't be able to off the cuff translate hieroglyphs, that kind of thing. You just know that image, that's what that means, and it's not really in common use anymore on land.
Yeah, Raven's gonna be like, girl, I don't know how to break this to you, but that's not Umberly's symbol. That's just the life of the ocean as a very generic blanket term.
Fair.
So I think it's a little less threatening than that.
I still want to know what Tessa thinks.
Yeah, I'm gonna go find her. I'll be
so
back.
you turn around and Casper's standing there with Tessa.
Oh shit!
I found her.
Raven says that so surprised and loud that I'm the mermaids definitely hear them.
Mm-hmm.
And so she'll be like, "Hey, babe, can you come over? We have a question for you."
Yeah.
Renori.
Oh, it's me?
You're the one. You
Well, but
literally said, I want to talk to Tessa.
Well, yeah, but you're the one who said whatever.
She wants
Fine.
to know if she should come.
No, that's not.
Who?
That's not the specific question. Tessa.
Yes.
And I'm just gonna, for the sake of brevity, tell Tessa what's going on about the siren and everything that we know so
the
far.
Knowledge to her brain.
Yeah, I had to bloop, bloop, Bluetooth. So what I'm wondering is, are there any red flags for you?
Well, I mean, I mean the obvious I didn't have a personal connection to her sister, so. But that seems to. There are probably feelings surrounding that, I imagine. She is a natural predator, but also. And she kind of like looks over the railing and she looks back. She is literally waving at us. So I'm not going to. I don't want to pass judgment one way or the other, but I will say she doesn't appear to be threatening at the moment.
Yes, but in the famous words of Faustus that forever echo in my mind is that it's better to covertly stab with a little knife than to come at someone with a giant army. So
I am not going. I don't think it would be wise for me to put my opinion into something that is quite charged. So what I'm going to do instead is let you decide, because I think that will be wiser, but I will also offer the opinion that people can change. And
for the
that,
love
yeah,
of Saloon, this better not be a test.
To be fair, you didn't like Tessa when we were trying to grab her.
No,
that is
but
true.
that was for a very specific reason in which Tessa said, "Hey, go downstairs." And then I relived all my life's trauma
So
because
just to
I
be
did what
clear,
Tessa asked me to do.
I met
you don't
Saloon.
dislike this person for a very specific reason?
No, I don't trust anyone anymore. That's what I'm saying. Trust, done. I'm maxed out. Our ship
Raven is sweating right now.
our ship is how many more people can we take on? And let's think about this. What are the likelihood that we're going to find someone way more important and valuable to take on anyway? Why should we pick her who
Yeah, her
doesn't really
guard
seem to
skills
have,
seem really dinky.
like, it does not seem like she has much to offer anyway. It doesn't feel like a fair trade.
Roll me insight,
Yeah, I know.
Renori.
Huh?
Renori, roll me insight.
Okay. Um, always have fear when you ask that question, but thankfully insight's one of my good skills. Okay, so that's a 16.
It looks like Tessa really wants to say something, but she's doing that thing where she's like, "Let me be quiet."
Tessa, listen. Just say it.
I really mean no offense, but
That usually means offense is about to come.
I just don't personally, from my experiences, I don't like the idea of treating someone, regardless of whether or not we want to bring her on. That is separate. I don't like the idea of treating someone as a transaction for what they bring to the table. Period. At all. She, like I said, I don't really want a part of whether we're bringing her on or not, because I can only see that backfiring on me at the worst possible moment. However, if you ascertain, at this point, it's quite obvious to me that you all have ascertained that in one way or another, the danger from her is not imminent. And you're treating her. I don't know. This just doesn't. This feels gross to me. This feels very gross to me. I'm not saying you all need to trust easily. I'm not saying let your guard down. By all means, do what you feel is right. But don't forget how to treat other people like people in the process. My God.
I do.
Raven is just gonna swallow the fact that they basically did the same thing for almost everybody they brought onto the party. And she's gonna be like, No, I see your point, babe.
No, you're right, Tessa. Um,
You don't
I'm
have to
trying
take
to.
her on, but just think
No,
about
no.
yourselves.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm trying to be kinder, and it was right of you to call us out on that. Me especially. Um, yeah. Okay, so all of that aside, that shouldn't be a factor. That's fair.
Yeah, by all means, be methodical about it, but just she's not this raving beast. Look at her, and like she's literally just like playing patty cake with one of the sirens that's holding
Oh
her up.
my god.
Like I judge her wholly and fairly, but not like that.
Let me put it this way. Well, I don't think any of you would believe me anyway, so maybe never mind.
No, you can't just say that and make us feel like shit and
What?
not say anything.
I Casper raises an eyebrow, like, you know that's not how we operate.
Even if I do everything I can inside of me to suspend those things that I shouldn't be thinking about. If I remove, the concept of what Tessa just called us out on, I already feel overwhelmed on this ship with everything going on, with everyone that we have here and that we're trying to take care of. I care about Casper and Raven and Tide and you, Tessa. I know it is hard to say for me as it might be for you to hear. And Fishhook and Shad and Brienne and Ripley and Boomstick and Faustus and Wesley and everyone else whose names I haven't even gotten to learn yet because there are so many people to care about on this ship. And no, I don't think our caring for people is finite. I don't think that we're limited to a number of people that we can love and care about in our lives. But I just don't know if I have it in me in good faith to add someone else to worry about right now. I'm terrified for myself and for my closest loved ones right now. And she like pointedly looks at like Raven, Tide, and Casper.
Well, to be fair to you, I'm pretty sure that most people could only hold up to about like 5 really close relationships, but that's like for another day. Anyway, I think that sorry.
Okay, Raven psychology later.
No, but anyway, she's like Raven is definitely panicking over like the I trust these many people and I care about them and like blah blah blah. Her hands are very sweaty. She's not holding or touching anybody, but that's I felt like should be worth noting.
Thank you.
Um, that like if anybody was to touch Raven's hand, it will be like extra like you know how like Tide is always like a little slick. It's like that, but probably like 3 times worse.
Oh.
Um, yeah.
Oh.
Wet.
Sopping wet.
Yeah, just like very like, oh my god, what? Did you just wash your hands? Anyway, um, sexy. No.
Sorry.
So Raven is kind of just like, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair uh, reason why not to. I personally don't think that like I don't think that maybe she like Yeah, I also vote no. I don't want to make it seem like it's about her use or like that I'm judging her like she's cattle. But Raven like will look over her shoulder to see. I'm assuming she's still playing patty cake.
Yeah, she's like they're like chattering with each other. And but you do kind of you catch her eye for a second, like she looks up, and she's pretty obviously nervous.
Okay. Yeah, Raven will be like, I don't I just don't think that I worry that we're going to spend time needing to babysit her. And we have the entire realm and this material plane to save. And I feel like that'll just add stress. You know?
I mean, like, where
Not to play
go
devil's
ahead.
advocate, but there's plenty of room down there. But there's tons of empty cots and empty hammocks. We don't have anybody quite like her. I don't want to make the decision to bring her or not bring her, but I don't think having her here is going to create a burden.
Not
And
like we're just trying to collect people,
I'm
you
not
know? Like,
allowed to. This is Casper, by the way. I'm not allowed to have an opinion because I feel like I'm not allowed to have an opinion. But I can
No,
offer.
bro.
you're allowed to have an opinion. I'm trying to be a better person. So just share your actual opinion, please.
doesn't sound like you want to
Okay.
go.
Well, offering fact first. It'll be pretty hard to run out of space for somebody here.
Renori, like, elbows tied, by the way, for that comment.
um, Factually, it'll be pretty hard to run out of space. Like we might run out of space in like the galley, but we're not gonna run out of food.
I literally never mentioned space. I
Well, we just
mentioned
said we can't.
emotional overwhelm.
You don't have to be everybody's best friend, babe. That's the thing.
I'm not everybody's best friend. In fact, actually, I'm pretty sure most people on this ship don't like me.
That's not true.
So, okay,
Well, what's one
we
more
are going off track.
Who? Okay.
What is your actual opinion, Casper? And let me just say, like, out of character really quickly, like, Renori is actually trying really hard.
I know.
Like, I know she's coming across like a horror, like this is, but this is
horror.
no, this is like a horrible person.
Not the horror in her heavy coat.
I love it when we gather on Friday evenings to say words. It really just brings me joy.
But this is her, like, she doesn't know how to easily communicate kindness. And that would be why when she talked with Saloon, she was like, I'm not very good at it, but I want to be. And so this is like more of that, like, I want to be, but I don't have the skill set. So it's like trying to work towards that. And like Tessa was actually very helpful, which is also something else that Renori is like, shit about, because it was Tessa. So anyway, go Casper, please. Please share your actual, okay.
Okay. For me personally, and you're gonna give me a glare, and probably all of you are going to shout at me, but my
Renori just closes her eyes.
My experience with her family, although chaotic and a lot, wasn't necessarily. I don't know. I guess I can sympathize. Not that her sister was right to do what she did, but I can sympathize with the idea idea of just wanting something that you feel like you're supposed to have and the world won't let you have it, and getting desperate and making bad choices. I get that on a base level. So I think I look at her sister differently, and when I'm looking at, and he kind of like gestures with his head to the sirens over the edge. I'm not. I kind of agree with Tide. I don't think we have anybody like her. I don't think that. I mean, this is gonna sound terrible, but we could always just chuck her back over. I mean, there's always that. We know she can swim.
Yeah, she'd survive.
But
Aren't
I just don't like.
disposable, Casper.
What?
People aren't just disposable. We can't like agree to take her and then just like toss her overboard.
Yeah, but we also
Okay.
can't take her on with the
Swim.
assumption we're going to babysit her.
Okay.
Just because
yeah, I
she's
did say
bubbly
that.
doesn't mean that she's a child. She just has a personality.
And to be fair, all of us were her a couple months ago.
That too. And although a lot different, and I feel like we had cause for it, and he cast a careful glance in Tessa's direction, we were also at the same position very recently too. So, I don't think I don't know. I don't know that she's. I feel like we're overthinking this. I feel like.
So Renori's having a face journey.
I'm glad to have witnessed that face journey in parts.
Yeah, everything I'm doing is what was happening, and she'll just like briefly like put her forearm over her mouth and scream into it just to like get it out. And then she'll like do some breaths. Okay. I have an idea.
Okay.
We invite her along for our next stop. And then say, that's it. We want you to come on this one retrieval with us. You can have an adventure. And then we part ways. Now, if we all get along really well and the vibe is right and we want her to be with us permanently because, you know, she truly becomes like one of the family and not just someone we're partnering with temporarily, then we don't have to say goodbye. But we, you know, make it clear that that's not necessarily guaranteed. But at the very least, she still gets an adventure out of it, at least one.
Fine.
Seems fine by
I
me.
think that's fair. You gonna tell her?
Uh-huh.
You came up with the idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell her.
Cool. This is gonna be awkward since like up until
What is your
now
journey?
you were antagonistic and then like we just stopped
Raven,
talking to
Raven,
her.
Raven.
I'm just trying to say that maybe you
Raven.
want to be like apologetic at first. And then offer
Raven,
the
you
try.
know, maybe give me a chance before you doubt me.
I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying
Well,
I'm
Tide
just
is-
pointing
okay.
this out. And
Casper,
then maybe
then
Casper is
advice.
very slowly backing away.
Tide is going to try to grab Raven's hand to pull her kind of back.
Oh,
And grab
wet
her
on
hand,
wet.
start to pull her hand away, and then goes, "What the hell is wrong with you?"
what? I um
My hands aren't even that wet.
what? Shut up. And then she's just gonna leave.
Renori is going to be. Renori's making a mental note to follow up on that later.
Raven's leaving. She's gone.
We're gonna check back in on that.
Okay.
So Renori will go over to the railing and
Okay.
look down.
Um,
Um,
before you speak, here's what you see. So she's bickering with a few other members of her pod. Um, the Merfolk are mostly, well, there's a few Merfolk involved too, but for the most part, the Merfolk specifically are kind of looking at each other a little bit nervously while some of the sirens are bickering. And you can't quite catch what they're saying, but you catch the tone of it. Like there's some sort of jeering happening from the people like kind of holding her up, and she's getting like defensive. Um,
What language are they speaking?
uh, it's like a siren, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
hey,
Wait,
leave her alone.
what? Hold on, real quick. We'll get back to that. That's really sweet. Oh my god. Tide. What languages do you speak?
Tide speaks Common, Druidic, and Primordial.
Okay, it's somewhat similar to Primordial. It's not quite the same. Sort of like a Spanish Portuguese situation.
Okay.
You do pick up words. They appear to be bullying her in the sense of like not bullying like okay, it's the kind of like joshing.
Teasing?
Yeah, but not but it's mean. It's mean. They're saying it like it's
It's like,
lighthearted, but it's
yeah, it's like when those people that you can't tell if they're your friends or not are trying to make it seem like they're teasing you, but they're actually bullying you.
mean. Exactly.
All right, we didn't need to unlock stuff from middle school.
We're not going back, but that's exactly the vibe of so you actually catch kind of words of you're able to interpret based on the words you do know and the words you can guess the meaning of, that they're kind of like, huh, of course they wouldn't want you. Why would they want to stray? Like that kind of.
Okay, well, so
Oh.
Renori, because of her trauma and knowing tones way too well, is going to still say, not knowing exactly what they're saying, be like, leave her alone.
All heads snap up to you, and the few of the sirens actually kind of lean around her to look up at you, a little bit like shocked that you caught them.
By the way, Nyrene's sister, what's your name?
Um, my name's Laurel. You can call me Lori if you want. That's what most people call me, but it's Laurel.
Hey, Laurel.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're on Lori terms yet. So Laurel,
Okay.
I have a proposition. We are currently going from place to place, trying to find things.
Mm-hmm. She's like
So
visibly
we
getting
would-
excited.
So we would like to, and Renori's like now not really making eye contact
Mm-hmm.
because struggle. So we would like for you to come with us on our next stop, and then probably part ways after that, unless, we're really attached, then not. But, we can only guarantee, like, one adventure, So,
Okay.
you can come with us for, like, that one for sure.
She immediately turns around. She's like, "Ha! I told you! I told you they'd take me."
Yeah, hey, all of you others, fuck off!
She looks up at you, Vernori, with the most earnest smile on her face. And then she turns back towards them and she's like, "I don't need you."
He
Yeah.
doesn't need you.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
And then Tide is. I want to see if I can do this. Tide is going to do control water, and I want him to raise the water up directly underneath her,
Mm-hmm.
so she comes up to like the level of the boat.
I was
Okay.
hoping you were gonna do that!
But at the same time, I also want to push everybody else away.
Okay.
In Triton who?
So, water bending moment. We love to see it. You are able to elevate Laurel up to the side of the ship, and at the same time, kind of with a heavy force, disperse the sirens, and they're kind of like, "What? Oh, okay, we are moving. We are moving." As they are pushed away by your magic. And so she's kind of lounging on this water.
DM question.
Yes.
So, like, I hate that I'm asking this. So, like, sirens. Oh my. Sorry, Maya just scratched against the door, and when I tell you I thought Michael Myers was walking into my
Oh
room.
my god.
Why did I know you were gonna say that?
Okay, wow,
It is just Maya. It is just
Yeah.
Maya.
So. Sirens, like, do they have clothes at all?
Ah.
I mean, it's not. You would not imagine that they just spawn clothing as a
Okay.
creature feature.
Yeah.
Are we talking like aerial shells?
Oh, like
Or
how
just,
is
like,
she dressed right now?
Why did I think you were going to say areola?
That too. I mean, it's the same thing.
So how
not
areolas
the same
being
thing.
handled?
All right,
my
listen.
God.
I think what Kristen's trying to ask is, are the tits out?
Okay, so
That's actually, I mean, that's part of it, but there's more.
her tits are not out. She's
None
got
of them.
like a
None of them.
None of them.
no one isn't just flapping loose in the wind.
You never know. No, I mean like I meant like none of the sirens. Not,
Oh,
not
okay,
like
yeah, that's
one.
a better way to clarify that.
Okay, I'm just worried about Laurel right now, but
For her specifically, she's got like a seaweed sort of halter top situation going on. It actually looks like it's dried kind of seaweed that she's like fashioned into a top. Not all of the other sirens have shirts. Some of the shirts.
Yeah.
Some of them do. Some of them don't.
That's fine. So Renori's gonna really quickly turn to Casper.
Mm-hmm.
Go get Ripley, please.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. And he turns on his
We
heel.
need someone to go shopping. Okay.
Ty is going to quickly look at the other sirens and mer people,
Mm-hmm.
and in primordial, because that's what he speaks, say, "Fuck off! You can go now." To them.
You they all kind of like scoff, and you hear some varied cursing and chattering back at you in primordial, and then they disperse eventually. The merfolk kind of look like clutch their pearls a little bit because they really weren't involved. They were just kind of hanging out. They just and they also swim away. The rest of the pod disappears, basically. Casper comes back with Ripley rather quickly, and she's like, hi. This seems urgent."
Hey,
he's walking really fast.
Yeah. Hey, Ripley, we have a new friend. This is Laurel.
Oh. And she just kind of freezes for a moment.
Laurel, this is Ripley.
Laurel, say
hi. And she curtsies. My name is Laurel.
Why is she southern all of a sudden?
Is she still? Wait, is she still on the water
I
tower?
wonder that too, actually.
She kind
Is
of
she like
yeah,
curtsying on the water tower?
she's like
Is
like
she
the
still
tail
fish?
yeah,
Fishtail?
yeah.
Okay.
So she's just kind of.
So Ripley, Laurel's gonna join us for a little bit and probably needs clothes because that tail's about to go away. And unless her scales are gonna automatically turn into like a skirt,
they don't work like that.
I'm pretty sure she needs adventuring clothes.
Yeah. Roll me insight, Renori.
I'm gonna just, and Todd turns around while
Yeah.
trying to hold up the
21.
water.
Okay. Casper also turns around. Um, okay. So Ripley is gay panicking hard.
Hey, Renori will like lean into Ripley and be like, "Listen, I get it.
Like
If
she
you
just keeps
lit-
freezing. Like
Ripley, I really need you to pull through right now. And then you and I can talk about it, the feelings, that you're feeling. We can talk about them. But I just really need you to help her get clothes.
close.
It's really important
Yes.
I
for
didn't
her.
think that Renori giving Ripley the birds and the bees talk was going to be on my 2021
That really was
bingo
not
card.
on the bingo card, right?
No.
Is Renori wearing a cape right now?
Huh?
Are you wearing a cape? Like,
Yeah. Well, I have like if I'm outside, I usually got my little hoodie on, my little witch.
Renori, I can't really hold this for that much longer. Do you want to, like just cover her up while we're over here?
Yeah, I can do that. I also need to be covered, but
oh, for the love of Casper, just like he sheds his jacket and like holds it out from behind him, like somebody.
Okay, so
clothes.
Renori grabs his jacket, takes off her cloak, and holds it out for Laurel to get as she comes onto the ship.
Okay.
And we'll drape Casper's jacket over her head.
Okay. So you see her. For those of you who are looking at her, you see her kind of it's a weird process. Like she kind of pulls herself forward a little bit, and then pushes herself like up on her hands, and you see the tail shift, like they're kind of into more of a bipedal motion, and then her legs are like form out of the muscle, still yellow, as her tail.
Sorry.
Sing
for me.
Raven,
no, get it all out now.
I feel like I just need to keep going.
Yeah, I'm done.
DMC it immediately.
My channel has already been deleted.
Tide is going to be like looking like up and facing back, but every so often, not out of like any sort of sexuality, but just pure curiosity, will like keep like fighting himself to like look at how it's happening, just because he wants to know. And
like, Laurel, does that hurt?
Let's finish describing it first. So the legs start kind of like the tail almost splits and forms, and she is able to stand, and her legs are a little bit wobbly for a second.
Did she just give birth to legs?
No, her tail turned into legs. There was
like
no birthing process.
When I was singing that thing, I was literally imagining like what happened with like the silhouette outline in the Little Mermaid.
You can imagine it however you wish. However, she cannot float on her own, and nobody is floating her. So we're going with the science. You know what I mean? But also that is not wrong. Yeah, her tail just kind of like shifts into two legs as it separates into two appendages from one. It's not really like shedding or anything. Like it just, and then she has legs. And so she stands up, and immediately clothing is being shoved. She like pulls the cloak on a little bit, and she's just kind of holding it like this, and she's like doing little happy bounce. She turns to you like, it hurts a little bit, but nothing I can't handle.
Okay.
Is it done?
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
now, Ripley, hey, Ripley, how
Uh-huh.
about you two go hang out and you can, like, take her, like, you can do the shopping together.
What?
I
You
think
could
that
also
would be,
take her in a
that,
sexy way.
that would, probably be really good for you. And, like, Renori's like,
You don't want to
Oh my
go?
gosh.
Ripley is just jaw opening and closing, very much not making noise.
Ripley, practice makes perfect.
You don't want to. You don't think we should go with her?
Uh-huh.
No, Ripley is a professional at getting people into adventuring clothes. Look at us.
Uh-huh.
Look at
Well,
Brienne.
I'm
Okay,
Yeah.
wearing the same
And
yeah,
thing. Though.
she
you are.
as she's standing there kind of still gay panicking, Laurel hears this and she kind of squeals a little bit. She goes, "Oh, I love shopping. Oh my god!" And she like runs right up to Ripley and kind of like grabs her shoulder, like her not her shoulders, like her arms. And she's like, "Oh, anyway, are we going shopping?"
Ripley, look at how excited she is. How can you say no?
Uh,
Uh huh.
Hyde, we'll talk about it later.
yeah.
And Ripley just kind of let's see if she snaps out of it. Hold
Can I give her guidance?
on. She doesn't need it. Don't worry. Um,
Okay.
she kind of like shakes her head a little bit. She goes, "Yes, shopping," and kind of holds her hand out to Laurel, who immediately takes it, and just they go running across the deck.
Ripley, we'll talk later.
Ah! Like that's the noise she
Yeah.
makes. um, and
Okay, well,
the rest of
that's
you are left
done,
by
and
yourselves.
Renori will, like, put her head in her hands with a migraine developing.
Eh.
Being
what?
nice is really hard.
Casper kind of like clears his throat a little bit. I'm proud of you though.
Tessa? Like, Renori ignores Casper and, like, looks at Tessa and says, Tessa?
Mm-hmm.
Like ignoring him. That's so funny.
Yeah. Yes.
I am really grateful for you today.
Oh. Um. Thank you.
It's not like your job or anything to help me be a better person, but you continue to do that. And I really admire you and thank you.
Um. Thank you. And she
Maybe you should go lie down.
wait. Who should lie down?
Or Nori.
What?
Why?
You feeling okay?
I feel well.
Ah.
No, Tide, actually, I've had a really shitty last 24 hours, but
So you should go lay down.
that is unrelated to what is happening right this second.
Tide, I love you so
Tide is
much.
my favorite character.
I genuinely mean what I'm saying to Tessa, even though it's not easy.
I appreciate that, Renori, and
I'm
just-
sorry
yeah.
that I've blamed you for what happened. You didn't make that thing down there. You didn't know, and I've been blaming you for it because it's easier to blame you than to actually deal with everything I relived. And I'm sorry for holding that against you.
I understand, and I'm glad that you could find it in yourself to say that to me. I know that probably wasn't easy. But thank you. Truly, thank you.
I just want to let everybody know that Raven's been desperately trying to get her hands to stop sweating this entire time. So like
That
so like
wonderful.
she's been like using like hand towels, like just trying to like
Raven. And
she's not there. She's like gone. But like this is what she's been doing in the peripheral of all of it.
it's
Like there shouldn't
where did she
be-
go?
I'm assuming that she went down with Fishhook if he's still in the cantina.
Okay.
Like
It's
he's
the
one
way
who
you
gave her
ran
the
from the
hand
two
towel.
people who could probably immediately help with that issue for me.
Yeah.
He was just focused on getting the F out, not necessarily
yeah.
like stopping the sweating.
Renori is going to, if Tessa is receptive, give her the quickest, most awkward hug in the world. Like, just like a quick, like,
Definitely she receives it. She definitely seems surprised, and she goes to like return the hug, and for the awkward second that you do make contact before you like jump back, it is a very nice warm hug.
okay. And then Renori will just turn to Casper and be like, we need to talk.
We do. The fear of God is in this man's eyes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
I think I'm also going. Raven seemed like she was in a hurry, and I should probably go look for her.
No. I'll go get Raven.
Oh no, we can go to. Let's go together. Yeah, 2-person job.
Renori.
Hmm?
I said I would go get Raven. Casper wants to come with me.
Oh no, that was Tessa.
Oh,
My bad.
that's Tessa.
Oh, Tessa,
My bad.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's go.
Okay, perfect. And the two of you,
I'm crying.
with haste, you have exited the vicinity. Renori, Casper's there.
I mean, you might want to go to them first. I don't know. It's up to you. I don't know how I'm gonna do this
that's
yet.
that's fair. That's a fair judgment. Okay.
No, I insist that they have this conversation.
Oh God.
Because Raven, I mean, I also don't know how to.
Oh, okay. I'll do. Okay.
Well, hold on.
Okay.
Before we do, Ty, did you have anything you actually wanted to do, or were you really just trying to go anywhere else?
Yeah. Did
No,
you
I just
actually
wanted to
want?
follow up. I wanted to follow up with Raven.
Oh.
Okay, so.
Oh, so that just
me-
wasn't an excuse. You
It was
actually
also
wanted
an
it.
excuse. It's
Oh.
a 2-for-1 special.
We do love
Two
a
birds,
2-for-1.
one stone. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's actually go to them, because this is a moment. So, Raven, where are you, bestie? You said you're the canteen, right? The cantina.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Did you just say the canteen?
I'm saying words.
The canteen.
I am
The
saying
panini.
I know.
Oh, I hate it here. Not
Not
this. I'm going to get DMCA. The Disney snipers are looking for me.
Sorry, that's just where my brain went.
I thought about the panini again. Okay, so you are in the galley.
Yes.
And Fishhook is there. He's just kind of sitting in at one of the tables, and what are you doing?
Raven, like, from seeing Fishhook cook, is like tucked in the kitchen in the corner where like he usually stores like all of the non-perishables, kind of like the potatoes and like whatever. Like she's kind of like put herself back there, and she's just wordlessly like kind of wringing the cloth kind of like this in between her hands. I have like kind of like this, just like meticulously like just trying to like calm herself down a little bit, and she's just staring into space, just like
Fishhook looks at you and opens his mouth, and then as soon as he goes to speak, Tide and Tessa come down the ladder. I imagined you've been in here for a little bit, and he like notices you
Mm-hmm.
and goes to speak to count for the jump in time. Tide and Tessa, you come down, and just as Fishhook looks back, like, is she okay?
That's what I'm here to find out. Raven, what are you doing?
Um, this is wet now. I just
Give.
I don't know. I don't want you to touch it. I just
Tessa holds out a hand, and you see the horrid bits of water, sweat, just kind of evacuate this cloth and gather in a gross globule, and she's like, ugh, and kind of just,
why would you be doing this?
so you can use it again. Clearly, you need it. Ugh. And
Well, but with the, I could just get enough. I could anyway. This is the worst day of my life. I think. That's saying a lot.
What is
Um,
wrong with you?
I, d- I, I don't. I really don't know how to answer that.
Words usually help.
I really want a show of Tide being a therapist. I just think personally for me it would be hilarious.
Raven just held back her natural instinct to use hellish rebuke as a reaction. So like, so she was just like it kind of like ticked the littlest nerve. And so she's just like, yeah, I'll try using words. It's just I guess that adding more people means that there are more people that I'm gonna have to care about. And I think like Renori was saying, it's just a lot. I have never worked, or that's not true. I haven't worked with a single person in a very long time. Or like with another person. I've been by myself for or like looking out for myself for the better part of a decade. Um, and I just I feel like I'm being stretched a lot between checking up on people and forgetting people and um, having more people who are expecting things of me. Um, and I don't know. I just,
No?
I, there are people, I guess with how Renori, was talking about, how much she, cares, it's just, I feel like I don't know. I just that um made me upset and I don't know why it made me upset.
Um,
Can I do an insight check?
yeah, go for it. Raven. And Tessa kind of, are you sitting or are you just like standing? You're sitting, right? Or
Yeah, I
yeah,
could be sitting. I don't know.
it's up to. I mean, are you sitting?
She's like kind of squatting. Like she's like
All right, Tessa's gonna
not,
squat.
yeah.
Tessa's gonna squat in front of you. Then, um, it's not unnatural to feel stretched thin, to be overwhelmed, especially if you're facing a lot of pressure. I don't quite know everything, and I'm not asking you to share anything, but I want you to know that, and like she's taking her time to try and measure her words, and she looks kind of visibly like she's aware of how she looks when she's like measuring out her words, basically. Like she's aware of how this sounds, but she's trying not to sound condescending in a sense. um I I understand that it can be difficult to be stretched thin because so many people expect so much of you, and you're trying to figure out if you're living up to their expectations or if you're going to break them. And I don't think you can, and perhaps I'm overstepping and I'm talking complete nonsense, and I apologize if this doesn't ring true for you, but you can't always live by predetermined notions. It's partially why I think quite a huge chunk of the way that we practice religion on this continent is just bullshit. Life is not this predetermined thing that you live up to. Tough shit's going to come your way, and you're going to have to be in these difficult positions that you feel like you're pulled in a million different directions, and then life pulls you in a million more. And it's not necessarily fair. I guess what I'm trying to say, and she kind of rubs her hand over her face a little bit here, and some of like her accidentally pulls like some of her hair loose. Like I imagine she's got it like kind of pulled up in a little puff. Um, what I'm trying to say here is that I don't know. I see you're hurting, and you. I don't. I wish I could help you bear this burden. That's all.
So I got an 18 on insight.
Mm-hmm.
What are you looking for?
So I think what he really wants to know is Tide is not the most perceptive character, as we've seen in the last 14 episodes.
We know.
But he pays attention to enough to know that this is unusual.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like it was only yesterday that she was bringing out waffles and wet ass pasta onto the boat, and now she's clearly had a shift in character development. So I guess the insight is to know when this happened. Like if there's a way to figure out when he would have first noticed this change.
And what'd you get?
An 18.
Okay, so Raven, I'm gonna let you answer this, but just for a second,
Mm.
I can't say that you would retroactively be able to say, oh, like 2 days ago she started acting weird. But what I can probably say to you, and then I'll kind of pass it over to Raven so you can tell him what he notices about your demeanor. You definitely notice that Raven, up until very recently, has like something happened, something major definitely happened recently, and you're seeing the toll of it as it's getting worse.
Right.
And you're understanding that there is a progression, but you probably wouldn't be able to say like, oh, 2 days ago she started acting weird.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. I think that you would notice, and maybe like this could be like slight recollection, is that like the last time Raven looked this um anxiously pensive, I guess, like she's just sort of staring and has like a million thoughts running through her head, and she's like slowly parsing through um what probably seems like uh you said you got an 18?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that you could tell that like she's choosing her words carefully. Um, but you can tell it's more than just trying to figure out how to verbalize her emotions. Like there's something very like purposeful to how she's speaking. And you can't quite tell like if it's necessarily hiding something, but like you're just like there's like something more to this than her just
Right.
like
Okay.
pushing through. And the last time you remember this happening was, I believe that you were there when the whole Penini situation was happening.
Of course I was
Yeah.
there.
He witnessed the Penini.
um, yeah, I was also sitting there, and that's when I was like, when
Right.
have you guys needed to like make a change or whatever? I forgot what the actual question was, but like Raven was also kind of like that.
Yes.
So that's to answer your question.
Okay. So Tide is not gonna squat because he's not built for it. But he's gonna instead kind of like, depending on what's in the room, he'll either pull a chair over, or like if the long table with like the benches is close enough, he'll sit on that like facing Raven.
Mhm.
Uh, or like he'll grab something to sit on, basically, to get closer to the level that Raven's on.
Okay.
Listen, I don't know what's going on, and I don't know everything that's going on. And you don't have to tell me anything you don't want to, but you are not a burden. And I can only speak for myself, but I don't expect anything from you, if that makes sense. I don't. You don't owe me
Anything
anything.
of that. I don't expect anything from
You don't owe me anything. I
Yeah. Sorry.
and I don't know if that's what's bothering you, or what exactly, but you can talk to me if you want, and there's not really anything you can say that's gonna turn me against you, and I just want you to know that I'm here for you.
Um, I would also offer the same. I've
Um,
I've
oh,
seen
sorry.
I've seen a lot, Raven, and I very sincerely doubt that there's anything that could turn me away from you. And she doesn't quite take your hand, but she reaches her hand out so that like your fingertips could touch if you close the distance.
Um, well, that okay. The issue, like Raven, like with the 18 insight, she is like, she's kind of like holding her own hands or
Okay.
something, or like she's kind of like this, and like you can see that her thumb is repetitively scratching her skin to the point where it is very red.
Mhm.
And like if she continued that for another little while, she could possibly be drawing blood. And she's just like you can see like little indications that she's gonna cry, like pricking at the corner of her eyes.
Mhm.
And her lip is trembling a little bit, and she's just gonna be like breathing a little bit more heavily, and she's just like I I I can't. And she runs out of the she gets up and runs out of the
Okay.
valley.
Where are you headed?
Just somewhere where there is no one who is emotionally attached to her. So like as alone as she can be.
Okay.
Bless you.
Um.
think she was
That was a yawn that turned into a laugh because of your someone who's like not emotionally invested.
It looked like you sneezed. I'm so sorry.
No,
Okay.
Anyway.
I'm not even tired. I don't know why this is happening. Okay.
Not Renori getting bored.
Oh, you get it.
Wait,
Okay, you want to talk to
No,
your
I'm
boyfriend?
actually very invested in this moment. Thank you.
Yeah, she's just running where she like as alone as she can be.
Okay.
That's where she wants to go.
So you absolutely just haul ass.
Yep.
And you're kind of blindly going across, up, down, wherever.
And like now that she's kind of out of the room, she's like full crying.
Oh, I just got this image of Raven like going up the crow's nest, like.
No, I'm not about to do a dexterity save.
I don't
disadvantage.
think. Yeah, in my
With
head,
tears in
that's
her
what I was like. This is what I'm imagining. In my head, I actually went to that same place, but I don't know exactly how well that would go, and I feel like
I love
Raven.
this journey for us.
Raven would know.
Raven fell the very first night, and she's just like, "Fuck this."
She never recovered.
She's never tried again.
You find yourself after a moment. There is a hatch towards the front of the ship. It's actually the same hatch where Renori was speaking to Fishhook, but you wouldn't know.
And had her break down the knife.
Yes.
It's the breakdown room.
You ever just have a breakdown room? You find yourself.
Yeah, it's called my bedroom.
Mood. Any room is a breakdown room if you try hard enough. You find yourself
or if
in
life tries you hard enough. Sorry.
You know it's my fault for thinking that Dauntless is going to finish her sentence.
It really is.
I'm muting.
It really is. We don't do that here.
No.
We do ADHD here, sir. You find
Did you say Sura?
No.
Or Sir? Okay.
Both? Both.
I was like,
both.
Shock.
Anyway.
I'm going to the hatch.
So you go down into the hatch.
Mm-hmm.
And the lattice kind of slams shut behind you. And you're able to kind of huddle into a darker corner of this room. It's pretty small. Full, absolutely jam-packed with crates, barrels, rope. And you find a pretty closed-off corner. It's a little musty in here, but it's far removed, and there's absolutely nobody in here.
Yeah, Raven is gonna like slide with her back like against the corner, like against one of the walls. Down, she's full sobbing, panic attack. Just like breathing very heavily. My poor baby.
I love her so much.
She's going through it right
now. Okay, so stepping away from that, Raven.
Wait, real quick. Before we switch to Renoi. Um, I'm thinking like in a movie if you like pan back to
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
the galley, I think Tide is fully like not like crying, but just like not really sure where to go from here and feeling like he wasn't successful in not coaxing out, but like getting to the bottom of what the issue was so he can help in any way.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and Tyne isn't a big crier, but he's gonna just be like, he's gonna be clearly upset, not at the not at Raven, but more of
The
the
situation,
failure
right?
in the response. Yeah,
Yeah.
and just kind of like sit there like with his hands on his knees. Sorry, Siri. Um, with his hand on his knees and just kind of like
Okay. Um.
praying. Not
Single
praying.
serious moment without something interrupting the
It
chaos.
recorded a lot of that.
It's the way Kristen started wailing for me.
I had to mute. I probably would have peeked out the whole time anyway, but
I could see
I'm,
it.
I was crying out of sadness, and I was
not
Tide always knows how to lighten the mood.
not
anyway.
Siri freaking interrupting. Oh my
I
gosh.
love that.
Raven,
Right?
your turn.
Hey Siri, play. Never mind.
Not this.
Oh
It
my
was
phone!
because
My phone!
get wrecked. It was because I like bent my wrist back too far and it like clicked the thing.
Yeah, I do that to myself all the time. I actually just took off my watch because I keep doing that. Um. Okay, so you you're sitting at the table, right? And you see Tessa just kind of standing there looking in the direction that Raven went. And after a short while, you're more concerned like with yourself. Like you're not necessarily watching her, you just see like you recognize this is also happening.
Right.
She comes over and sits next to you. And she puts a hand on your shoulder, but she doesn't say anything. Um, and okay, so I'm gonna go over to Renori.
Oh good, let's lighten the mood.
Sure. Um, you've got you man acquired. It is the two of you. Um,
Hey, can we go in your room to talk?
always sure. Uh,
Ooh.
and you head over to the captain's quarters. He somebody hit the sexy counter. He slips into the captain's quarters and then shuts the door behind you, gently. Okay.
So is the room like a mess like it was the last time Casper had a crisis
So,
internally?
roll me investigation. Do investigation.
Oh, okay, that's one of my best skills. Wow, this really should be easier for me than it is. 26.
At first glance, the room appears normal. You know better than that.
I was about to say that was at 26. Are you stopping there?
You know better than that. You take a deeper glance around and you catch a few things. One of the Ooh. So, okay, so some of the furniture has shifted slightly. Like, it's the smallest thing, but you swear his little, like, mini breakfast table thingy that he had wasn't that close to the door before. And the bigger war table that has the hinge that you know all about, that has also moved just slightly. The other thing that you do notice is that there's like his bed is a mess, and the kind of wood that makes up the drawers and little cabinets that sit underneath it, um they are, with your, also in combination with your keen mind, those are covered in gouge marks that definitely weren't there before.
Okay.
But everything else, I mean, the bed is made up. The curtains are drawn, but they're always shut basically because they barely do anything for the light. They just kind of block the direct rays, so the whole room has like a faint pinkish tinge to it, like a pinkish reddish tinge with the curtains shut. Lantern's still there. Everything looks like it's in place except for these little things that kind of bother you.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get to that. So I think I'm gonna start by um and she's visibly struggling,
Mm-hmm.
uh like in not a cool fun way, by sharing something else about me that no one who's alive besides me, as far as I know, knows about. So, um, you know, we're a band of misfits, so like pretty much everyone on this ship's story is that they are an orphan, and so like so am I. Um, but I was, adopted into a community, and raised by the headmaster of the school that I then attended. Um, but I was told that everyone who attended that school was also an orphan. I was told that it was a school for orphans. Um, it wasn't. Uh, I was one of the few, and not only did my mother figure lie to me about that, but pretty much the whole community did, including my two best friends. And I learned about this lie that had been going on for decades only a few nights before everyone was killed. And so I exploded and cut everyone off and said some not nice things, because I found out that every year for the holidays that the community celebrated, I had been going to my friends' families' homes and celebrating with their families, but then at the end of every night, they would cast Modify Memory on me and remove that. And so I don't actually remember it very well, but it happened. So I'm really used to being lied to. Unfortunately. I made a mistake. I've lied to you about something. Because I was afraid.
And whatever
And
it is, I, whatever's going on, you can tell me.
so the day that you went and left us in your room to go set the ship's sail towards the towering reef.
Mm-hmm.
Raven and Faustus automatically began looking through your room. And I yelled at them, but also didn't try super hard to stop them. And Tide really wanted me to leave the room with him so they could have a threesome with Tessa, but that's irrelevant. And I said no because we have anyway. So they figured out that your war table is hollow. And they tried to open it and couldn't. And I got really annoyed with the whole situation and helped Faustus open it. And then when you came back and asked why we were all being weird, I omitted all of that information.
He just stands there, a little quiet. You see him like kind of flexing his fingers a little bit. And why?
Which part?
All of it?
Well, I mean, there are some parts I can't answer. Like the threesome stuff.
That's
Yeah, please
you
don't.
know that's not what I was
No.
asking.
I know. Well, you know, I think I was panicking because I was the one voice in the room that wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. And I don't regret wanting to do that, and I don't regret doing that. But in that moment, while everyone was shifting through your things, well, except for Tide, let me clear Tide's name here. Tide just sort of stood there. Tessa also kind of stood there, but anyway. Having the people that you are risking your life with screaming about how the person you're in love with is untrustworthy and not a good person gets really overwhelming, and I felt like I was being pulled in a million different directions, and I thought I was just gonna fall apart. I thought I was just gonna be ripped from limb to limb. It was so... I was trying so hard to build a bridge, but all I had was sand. And so I wanted to show them that they could trust me too, because I cared about them and that it wasn't a matter of being against them. And I wanted them to know that I thought some of their criticisms were valid. It's hard not knowing the truth about another person. Especially when you're, in their case, when they're fighting alongside you, risking their lives at your side, but in my case, when you're in love in a way that you never have been before and would die to protect that person, and there feels like there's a lot of blanks and unknowns. So I panicked and I got angry and everyone was pissing me off, and I saw them struggling to get that stupid table open, so I helped them open it. And then I didn't tell you because Then the other side of the coin, I started panicking, and I have hated myself every moment since I made that choice. And I've not stopped thinking about how I made that choice since I made it. And I can't keep anything from you anymore. Not now that I feel like I'm actually learning what it means to love another person. It means you tell them the hard things too. Um, I wasn't afforded that courtesy by people that I thought loved me. I don't want to be like them. So here I am telling you about that.
Um, I don't even know where to begin. Um, and he kind of just like sits on the bed. Um, I can't even begin to describe, now that you know about me, how it feels having to keep that from the people I consider to be my family. Knowing that if most, if not all of them, knew even a shred of the truth, that at best I would be thrown overboard, and at worst reported to the authorities and executed. And I've worked so hard to build genuine relationships on the merit of who I am after all of those gaps. So I've made myself to be besides what was missing. And that's all that has ever mattered to me, is what I built. And this crew came on, and I didn't ask questions because I'm used to that in the business. You don't ask about where people came from. You don't ask about what they did. You ask about what they're willing to do. You ask about what they're willing to give. And you were all willing to give, and so was I. And it just instantly turned into what was wrong with me. And I had to try and defend keeping the secret, not because I wanted to, but because I have to. Not only for my safety, which I like being alive again, thank you, but for the safety of my crew, who is technically still operating as a pirate crew. My crew with families and children and spouses and people that they love and people that they've lost and all lives that matter. And I did the best I fucking could with paper thin alibis. I know that. To build some kind of story that when you all looked at me, that you could be okay with me having gaps in my story because I was able to give something that made up for it. And it wasn't enough. I get having to prove that I was trustworthy, but it was never a two-way street. It was always me having to give more and more of what I literally can't, between the not remembering and the protecting the people I care about, while trying not to lie to you, who I newly care about. It's always been
Yes.
that.
Casper.
So now, after all of that, after it's all squared away, it's all hunky-dory, where I admit to the mistakes I made because I know I'm not perfect, and I never claimed to be, and I'm just trying to keep everything together with what I have. That after I thought we were fine, that after I thought I had earned even a scrap of your trust, that you, not just you personally, Rin, but all of you would. I would fucking never. Because I understand that secrets aren't a commodity. That we don't fucking trade information like sweets. That sometimes you have shit to yourself and it's yours.
Yeah.
And you share it when you want to.
Yeah, no, okay, so like for the record, I did what I did, which was open a table. I'm not downplaying it, but also like I'm downplaying it just a little. I'm just being honest. Not because I didn't trust you, but because I wanted to prove myself to them. I've always trusted you. I always have. Even after our conversation last night, it's not a matter of trust, it's a matter of I'm worried and I want to fill in the gaps because I'm worried and because I love you and because I want to make sure that you're okay. I want to make sure that you're safe. And those blank spaces have made me scared that you're not. And I entered into a bargain. I am a I work with Saloon now. Because she can help me make sure that when you're bruised, it goes away. When you fall down, I can help you get back up. When you're bleeding, I can do more than just put a rag on it. I care about you so much that not knowing if you don't want me to know, that's fine. But I didn't know that that's what it was. This is the first time that I've heard you say these things specifically. In the past, it's been that you just didn't know, and not that what you needed from me was to only focus on where you are now.
How could I have told you that without the truth?
You didn't give me a chance to prove to you that you could have just told me that.
Rin, it's not just about you. It's, yeah, I didn't give you the chance for pretty good reason. Because I was trying to keep this under wraps across the board. And I fucking love you so much. And I wanted you to know.
They are suing the Wi-Fi and also
Mr. Wi-Fi,
Streamlabs
you would like-
while they're at it.
Hello. We're back on stream. Hi,
Oh,
guys.
can we, I don't, hi. You can in fact hear us. So I just wanted to let you know that Liz is on the phone with their lawyer and they're suing the Wi-Fi.
It's actually Mr. Internet on the phone right now.
But we're about to be back in business. We're suing the Wi-Fi. So
Hey.
My Wi-Fi the router completely exploded. Not really. It just crashed completely. I don't know where it was, so I panic called my aunt because that's where I'm at. And I was like, I don't know how to fix it. And as soon as she picked up, it came back. So then I was trying to do the
gotcha.
yes, I love
Okay.
you.
We're back! Yay! Woo! Yay!
Yay.
Okay.
We be surviving, kind of.
This is I love that it happens now. Full
Yeah.
stream now. It I
Back in.
I know. I don't even know where you guys were talking.
I don't remember the train
You
of
guys were
thought,
just
but
yelling.
I remember the general thread here. So just, I really care about you, like so much, more than I can put into words, and I chose to share that with you because I cannot share it with other people. Because I want to tell everyone else so bad. And consistently, every time I'm like, hey, maybe I can open up about these things. I'm running a fucking gauntlet to prove myself, and nobody else is like it's just me. Like I don't understand because I care about you guys, all of you, so much. And initially this was a transaction, but like it's a little more than that now. Like I consider you to be my friends. I would risk my life for you, all of you. And every single time I let my guard down, every single time. It's always something. It's always something. I'm lying to you. I'm hiding something. I need to air everything out on the table. I need to prove myself useful. I need to be perfect at every single second so that, God forbid, you trust me for one. All of you together. And I finally get to the point where I'm like, maybe I can tell them. Where I'm like, we're risking our lives together anyway. We're already here. We're getting closer. Maybe I can tell them. Maybe they'll understand why I'm not just fucking printing my life story and posting it up everywhere. And Rin, I'm just like, I understand needing to have their trust for the sake of being in a party together, that you need to be able to know that you have their back and they have yours and that they trust you. But at the same time, nobody thought to just say something. Nobody thought to just talk to Casper like a fucking human being. I'm not this. You just. All I do is do the most to be as present for you guys as possible. While this horrible dark thing eats away at the back of my brain, telling me that I shouldn't be here, telling me that something's wrong with me, and reminding me that I have pieces of my fucking life missing that everybody else remembers. And all I do is spend all my energy trying to uplift you. What? And like, not to flex my acting chops, but wiping away the tears. Casper takes a moment where he swipes his fists over his eyes. And he takes like a hard sniff. I don't even know what I feel about you right now, Rin. I don't. I know that you are my heart and I care about you so much, but at the same time, this is just fucking like, if you had asked.
Do I get to say more here? 'Cause you've been talking a lot. And like I have more to say.
Go ahead.
I'm just gonna remind you again that like I was never the one interrogating you. And at the times that we did talk about you, I was pretty sure that that was like just a safe, normal conversation, and that I'm pretty sure last night I even explicitly said that I was okay if you didn't want to or have something to tell me. And if you want me to leave it alone, again, all you had to do was ask. If you want it to be left alone, I'll leave it alone. But I was always yelling at the other people to give you the benefit of the doubt. I never wanted to interrogate you like that. I always wanted them to talk to you more level-headed and kinder. So just be like really careful, please, of what parts of this entire situation you're looping me into. I know where my faults have been, but I never wanted the way that you've been treated, the interrogations, to be the way that that happened. And a lot has changed for them. I mean, I can't speak for them, but I don't think that they necessarily feel the same way that they did. But I'm not having this conversation with you to discuss them, and their actions and their choices and their feelings, because I can't control those and I don't know those. I'm here to talk about anything and everything that we can between the two of us. I would like to know why last night it seemed like the revelation of you, it felt like that was something new for you, but then today you're saying that you were careful to tuck that away. I would like to know why those two things seem contradictory, but also like I don't I don't care enough to push that forever and ever. I don't care enough to drive it into the ground, because the fact of the matter is I have been a very shitty person until I stepped onto this ship and until I met you and everybody else, and that includes Tessa. And I don't want people to think of me based on who I've been. I don't. I want people to look at who I am now, who I'm becoming. I get that. Where you're at now, how you've grown, where you're going, I think that that matters more. And I'll give you that. And Casper, I love you. I'm in love with you. Oh, this is not the moment. This is
Womp womp.
not confessing my love as Liz talks to someone else and can hear us right now. I'm crying. Oh,
Just the fail.
not this. Oh, I was about to.
Oh god.
I am so sorry.
It's so funny.
The perks of being in a shared space.
Yeah, what was the last thing you heard? Like, attentively.
I'm not, um, uh, where you're going matters.
Okay. Yeah, so I was a shitty person, and I agree that who you are now and where you're headed matters more. I want that courtesy afforded to me. I have been giving it to you. I've just been curious about your past, but I haven't held it against you not knowing. Casper, I'm in love with you. I love you with every fiber of my being more than the grains of sand that exist on this planet, more than drops of water in the ocean. And I don't care about the little details if you say from your experience that they don't matter. I've only ever approached finding out more about you out of a perspective of caring and being worried and wanting to protect you, but never out of a spirit of persecuting you. That's not been my approach, and I want to say again, I cannot speak for the others, so you can yell to me about them all you want, but I can only have a conversation about my actions.
I guess I'm just. I don't know how I feel about your role in it right now. All I know is that it hurts more because you were involved. That on top of all that, on top of everything, at the center of it all is my. I mean, Vin, I look at you and I've never had certainty in my life really ever. Nothing is certain ever. Every day I wake up and I wonder what might happen. I wonder if I'll. Good night. Good night.
Night.
Good night.
This campaign really is just like every time you talk. Wow.
God forbid Casper and Renori have a moment without something happening.
For context, I am not at home.
We know.
But Maya's confused. This is for Maya. Okay? We're a club of like 6 people. This is for Maya. Maya, I'm at my aunt's house. My aunt and uncle just got home. And they forgot I was streaming and they really wanted to say goodnight. Anywho. It just, you are everything.
We're not breaking up. Sorry. I responded to chat out loud and I didn't mean to. Sometimes my brain and my mouth connect and I don't mean them to.
I wish I had a table
like,
so I could just flip it. You know what I mean?
People can like have disagreements, right? Anyway.
I know. I
it's the trolling for me.
I want a table to flip. I feel like I've earned that today.
Renori's gonna cut Casper off.
Oh, goody.
Because I do it to you anyway, so I might as well just make it in character.
Sure.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know how to I don't know how to talk to you about this because I don't want to make excuses for myself. Because there are no excuses for getting into that table. But I have fought continuously to have you be given the benefit of the doubt.
And that's
And
why it hurts more.
you're
Because
not.
I know you made all that effort. I know, and it's something that brings me comfort that
I need you to think about the place that I was in that moment where I made one of the worst choices of my life. And I don't say that lightly as someone who decided, oh, a good choice would be to reanimate my dead best friends and then fucking fail at it. I think I regret opening up that fucking table more than I regret that. But I need you to think about where I was at personally in that moment, fresh out of reliving all of my trauma, fresh out of having someone brought back to the ship that I didn't want here at the moment. People constantly screaming at you and by proxy me about how they didn't trust you. Reeling from everything I was going through, but also trying to be there for you because I know you stepped into that room to get that shard and experienced your trauma too. You don't have to give me the benefit of the doubt, but fuck, I would really love it.
I and he kind of
And like, for the record, the stuff in the table's not that interesting. Faustus tried to steal it, and I made him not.
he what?
He might have still done it later because he's Faustus, so I don't really know. But we didn't take anything, I don't think. Again, it's Faustus.
You know what was in that table, Rin?
Well, like, no, because it was all unfamiliar to me.
It was the last whatever the last shreds of things that I could remember. The bits and pieces of physical objects that were allowing me to piece together a life that I don't remember. That were
Well,
helping
then
me
that,
make
like,
sense of
makes it
this.
really interesting.
Oh, so it's interesting that Faustus potentially took some of my dearest belongings, maybe, after
I did.
you helped him open the table in the first place. I am giving you the benefit of the doubt. I'm not mad that you helped in that sense. I get the position you're in. I'm just, I guess, flabbergasted because I'm trying to understand. But this is like the worst thing that could have been done, and basically all of you did it, with the exception of Tide and Tessa. And that doesn't really help. It's not about dissecting it down to the smallest molecule of what you did or didn't. I know what you've been doing for me, and I appreciate that, and I get the position that you were in. It still fucking hurts, and I'm allowed to be upset.
Yeah, no, you are.
I'm
I'm not trying to talk you out of that.
like,
I just, for a moment,
the ship is all I have. The captain dies with his ship. I've already fucking died, and if I do it again, it's probably gonna be on this damn boat. This boat is everything I have. Everything I care about is on this boat. And it feels like, consistently, I can't find a safe space in my only safe space. So, yeah. I take my time to try and sort out my feelings in private so that I can maybe get to the point of being able to relay them in a way that not only makes sense but is fair to you. So I can control this anger I don't understand. And like I don't know. I don't know how I feel right now.
Casper. Casper. Casper.
What?
Renori is going to attempt to reach out and hold his hands.
Okay, you reach your hands out and his hands are there in yours. They are certainly
Okay.
they are certainly sitting there, not doing much else.
I mean, it could be worse. And she's going to like hold on to them really tight and try and like look him in the eye. Hi, Candace. You're cute. She's gonna try and like get him to make prolonged eye contact. Prolonged.
He's staring, but it definitely lacks that warmth you're used to seeing.
I mean, I didn't expect him to be like, oh, well.
I hate it here.
Sorry. I'm so sorry that I am this way. I don't know if I've said it explicitly. I'm sorry. I made a really bad decision, not only in the initial action, but in keeping it from you for several weeks. The one person that well, quite frankly, the one person I haven't doubted on this ship is you. And even though that action makes it seem like the contrary, you were the first person as we began adventuring out together that made me feel safe and like I mattered and made me feel seen. And I think, well, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't forgive me. But I need to say very explicitly that I am very sorry. I'm sorry just out of basic principle, but I'm also incredibly, miserably so more sorry because I love you more than I've loved anybody.
Casper takes a long stare at your hands, and he sighs. And he kind of like laces your fingers together. He goes, I don't know. I don't know how to feel. I appreciate the apology. Thank you. But it's just, I need time to figure out how I feel.
I mean, yeah. I don't expect those words to, like, make you feel super great right away. That's really unrealistic and not at all how emotions work whatsoever. Um, but also, like, I know that negative emotions aren't, like, super awesome for you.
No, they are not.
Things tend to not go well. So I respect however you're feeling. It's valid, absolutely. But I'm also, like, a little bit worried, mostly just for you, not like anybody else or anything. Like, I trust you, but I'm worried about your own sake. And like, I think it's, you know, I actually haven't ever experienced this myself, but I've been told that, like, makeup sex is really great.
Oh my god. Can you, I, oh my god. And here comes Renori with the steel chair. Can you roll me a charisma check, please?
Just a straight charisma check.
Sarah, is that
May
is that
I
a question or a trauma?
May I can I object to this course of action? I know that this has nothing to do with my character,
Mm-hmm.
but I hate it here.
Can you just roll me a charisma check?
Straight charisma.
It really feels like Casper should be rolling a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god!
Anyway, I love it when you give me numbers. What are the numbers for the thing?
That's a 21.
Oh my god. Okay. He kind of he laughs. He fully laughs.
Here.
And it's one of those, like, you caught him off guard and it's just taking him longer and longer to recover because he keeps thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, I've not experienced it, and I would like to.
Like, he keeps trying to recover and then he starts laughing again because he thinks about it again.
I just wanted to put that on the table. You could also, we could heal our relationship on top of the table where I committed my sins.
At this point, he is, like, fully just folded over, like, in your lap. Like, he's just losing it right now.
I mean, I'm really glad you're laughing, but I don't think you realize how serious I'm being.
Okay. Alright. But he's still, like, giggling, like, he's just
I actually had more interesting ideas, like the helm of the ship, but maybe not during daylight.
I would have to go with, not during daylight.
I mean, that was not
God.
so much out of worrying about people seeing us, but out of, like, my skin would hurt. But you are still laughing, and I am still serious.
He reaches up and he kind of, like, just kind of, like, cradles your face gently for a second. Just like, I love you. I
love you too, and wow. I've never said that to anybody before until today. So
I still need time. But I guess I'm not saying no. You are you are excellent at apologies. You are so good at apologies.
Somehow I don't think that this exact apology method would work with, like, Tide. From me specifically.
I
You know?
would not want to try.
Yeah, I mean, I also wasn't saying, like, hey, let me try and find out. I was just saying that, like, I don't think I'm actually good at apologies, but thank you for saying that. I want to be good at them. And maybe not use my body as an apology, but in normally. I'm gonna stop talking. God,
He
I hear myself.
he leans forward and he kind of like moves your hand away from your face a little bit, and he gives you like just a quick peck on the lips. And he gives your leg like a just like a pat, and then he goes to get up. He goes, "I have to go talk to Tessa about where we're headed next, but thanks."
Okay, I think I'm gonna just lay down, and think about how bad I am at talking to people.
Okay. I'll close the door. And he kind of
Thank you.
he slips out of the captain's quarters and shuts the door behind him. You're left alone in there.
Renori is going to, like, fetus curl on the bed and, like, just think several things. One, like, oh, I'm an asshole and I really regret what I did, and it's been eating like an acid hole in my intestines, and now that's just way worse now. And then also think, how do I have this kind of audacity? How does this happen? And if I have this kind of audacity, why do I feel terrible about it right afterwards? And then just also, can Saloon teach me how to talk to people better, maybe? And then probably fall asleep for a nap, because,
Understandable.
yeah.
Okay, so going to a general everybody. So you know what? I think I'm gonna do that. I'll do that next time. We're gonna end with Renori's now.
I feel like I'm as traumatized as Raven is.
Mhm.
Oh my
But for, like,
goodness!
different reasons. You know what I mean?
I mean,
Just wait until Raven and Tessa consummate their relationship.
That is not my primary concern.
I love it when you all are like, "Oh, the trauma," and I'm just sitting here holding all of yours. I am fully kidding. I love being a DM. Okay, so we're gonna end it there because we went very over. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Gonna do my quick spiel. Okay, first of all, because it's coming up and I'm excited, we have coming up Eclipse, a classic horror themed 5e homebrew. Now, this campaign, a mini campaign taking place over the course of October on Sundays at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, right here. We will also be raising money for the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. They help survivors get the resources that they need and build a better framework to try and create a safe community without domestic violence, where we can discuss it openly and get people the help they need. So, over the month of October, any donations made to my Ko-Fi will be tallied up, added up, and completely given to the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence. So please, please, please show up, show out for a difference. This is going to be fun. We have an all-star cast. We have Kristen Haps, Sarah Toden, you know those. You're looking at them. Cat Scratch and Mansuit Games, all together for this awesome adventure. If you want to learn more about like what the vibe's about and everything, you can always check my Twitter. I am literally always talking about it. And of course we'll be back with Stormborn's Curse. There we go. English next Friday. Same time, same place. Sarah, listen, I say words, okay? And it'd be like that. All right, you gotta support me saying words. I may also be back for not Maya with the self shout out. Not this.
That is hilarious.
Oh, Maya, the scandal.
Oh my
I may also be back for a gaming stream in there at some point, but it remains to be seen. All right, everybody, make sure you stretch. If you haven't taken your meds for whatever reason, do that. Get water, get a snack,
I
and yeah,
Maya,
are you
please.
okay? Bestie,
Maya.
bestie, just Maya, bestie. It's okay. Look, hold on. What is okay? Is it not working for you? Hold
I
on.
truly.
seems like it should be.
It works
Oh.
for maybe it's a permission. It might be a permissions issue.
Well,
Oh.
I could do it.
It's just a Maya issue.
Maybe-
Okay.
Maybe it's the @ that you're putting at the front of their names. No, well, because listed, I don't know.
Well, is it like
Maya,
an issue with cats at? Because
Maybe
that's like the one that.
maybe. Hold on. Cat is it's a double H.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
It did it to me too. I mean, you can go ahead and go follow me if you want.
You guys,
though.
you could go do that. It's hold on, let me try it and see if it let me do.
Nothing makes sense.
Oh, maybe something's wrong with cats specifically. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Oh no.
Okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Just
It's
go
okay.
to twitch.tv/catscratch.
Yes,
and
and you'll
follow
be
her
able to
the old-fashioned way.
You'll be able to see everybody live on Sunday too if you're there. So you'll be able to follow them without this happening, and hopefully no technical issues because I'll be back home. So we will. Also, it's very important that if you want, obviously no pressure, but if you do show up and show out to our first Sunday of Eclipse, I'm also going to be announcing what the incentives are for our fundraising, and they are very fun. And I'm making a point not to tweet about them. They only, no, I can't say that. I was about to say they only affect me. That's not true. But yeah, you'll find out what they are on Sunday.
Great.
Beer.
Fun and fundraiser.
All right. We're gonna go. Have a good night. I'm gonna go to bed. All right. Have a good night, guys. We'll see you on Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern, here, watching you. All right. Bye.